Hi everyone, welcome back into the studio. Well, we're going to do that a Carl Runga study that I promised you, and I'm not going to do one of his paintings, which I really like to do, like when we did the Mountaineers through Wilcox Pass and stuff, the Bighorn sheep. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the process that I used to kind of end up with this here, and it was kind of a fun little process. So I started out by finding some Rungus paintings that I really like. I wanted to do a grizzly or a black bear or brown bear, and because he does magnificent ones, and I loved this painting, and I loved the mountains and everything to it. And Carl Rungus is all of his paintings are, he's a 19th century painter, and all of his stuff are in public domain, so you could copy them in exactly. I don't like to, but I do believe in doing studies of the masters to learn those techniques, especially proportions, colors, brushwork, calligraphy, and it's just so important. But I love this painting, and I had this, and I wasn't too thrilled about the bear walking away, and you lose his face and stuff here, which he does that a lot with caribou and different types of bear and elk and stuff like that. He'll turn them to the back to lead you into the painting, but I wasn't quite so sure here on this one, so I decided to take a drawing of his of another bear and see if I like that coming back out of the painting. And I liked that because it not only leads you in, but it pulls you back, and it puts a perspective difference between here and the mountain. And then I was looking through some of the different things. I really like this mountain, but I wanted to get a little more power to it. And I really like up near the Montana border, the Beartooth, driving up along the Beartooth Mountains. And so I found one of the Beartooth Mountains, and I took that mountain out, and then I ended up putting this mountain in, and then I put some trees here to stop your eye on that side, and I left some rungus bushes and stuff here. I'm gonna bring a little bit of snow, I think, right out through here, pile of rocks, a nice intermediate ground something here, so your eye moves through different planes. I love the slope, but this is some of the Beartooth Mountains, and I really liked on his mountain here where he put the clouds coming over the edge. So I put some clouds. I just photoshopped put some clouds where I thought I want a bit of clear blue and some of the cloud to come up, pop that mountain off. So you'll come up in and through this way. So I ended up with this design. Then as I was sketching it on, putting it on here, I didn't like the forehead on his drawing that he had there. I thought it was just too flat. Now it is, depending on the way you look at the grizzly, it is. But so I went out and started finding all kinds of pictures, and I loved this guy here and his bigger slope. So when I started to sketch him on here, I did this bigger slope to him. But you could see this kind of slope. I love the coloring of it, and I love the browns and stuff into this guy too. So we have some grizzly to look at as we go here. So when I go to paint him, I'll put some of these reference photos and stuff up here. Those of you that are members of the, or have membership and stuff, I will put, of course, all the finished photos and a drawing here of this one in the membership area. So if you want to do that, now you can do that. Now mine is 24 inches this way, 18, so it's an 18 by 24. It is a standard. I'm doing it on a cradle board. I don't know if you can see the edge of the board here. It is a board, and then you put a wood frame around it. I showed that in several other videos. I have a wood frame around that, but you can use a canvas. On this one, I would get a finer weave because we're going to do some details and stuff here on the grizzly. But that's what we're gonna. That's up to you whether you want to do a canvas or whether you want to do a board. These are my colors that I'm going to use. My standard YouTube palette. I do have out medium beige and medium white. I have out some open medium here and some extender medium like I normally do. And I think we'll kind of get into it. I think as opposed to, we're going to go through a block in. And I've studied Carl Rungus for many years, for almost 15 years now, and studied a lot of his paintings. And if you ever have a chance to go up to Wyoming, to Jackson, Wyoming, and the National Wildlife Museum up there, it is worth the trip to go see that. They have millions of dollars of Rungus paintings up there, and you can look at his colors and all that kind of stuff. But it's great inspiration for you. So you start with that kind of idea, and then it just flows out into all different kinds of ways. And hopefully this one will work out, okay? So anyway, I am going to use these particular colors here, and it's very close. These colors are very close to the palette that he uses. Up there in the museum, they actually have the chair he used to go out and plein air paint, and some of his palette and some of his colors that he used in his paintings and stuff. So, and he was not a real refined painter, but he was a beautiful master of line, design, and drawing. It was especially the warm and cool temperatures that he put in. So I think we're going to have some fun with. But, a lot of times I block in like my westerns and I'll put thin washes and stuff. I'm going to go right into alla prima and start painting it because I know that's how he does that, especially with his plein air and stuff. So I'm going to be working right from the very beginning. I'm not going to start the whole sky. I'm going to work the sky in and put in some of these colors, and we'll go from there, okay? We'll give it a try. So I'm going to start out with a 3/4 inch brush. I am going to start out the colors a little thinner, so I'll use some extender onto the blues. Now, when you see me look up every once in a while, I have, with the way in which we have the studio set up, we went through and rimmed everything. And, like I told you in other videos, and I have a wall of monitors there. And that big TV you used to always see me is looking right here. So as I'm looking at the color, I can look at it right here, and I don't have as much glare. I love this setup that I have right now. Hopefully you'll like it as well. But I can look right up there and see the colors. And like I said, those of you that are in the membership, I will put some of these photos and stuff so you can put them up like whatever way you like to use in your studio. So we're going to come in here, and I'm going to make I'm going to come in with like a value 6 or 7 right in here. Medium white is your 7. And I'm going to come up here and I'm going to establish that brighter, and it's just phthalo blue and white. I'm going to establish this brighter blue that I want to have right up there that just sings into the sky. Now, acrylic's dry darker, so I'm going to model in a little bit of white, just some extender, a little bit of white right into that as well. And this will also give me some atmosphere right into the painting. And let's see, I gave this a little spark over here. And usually as you go back into the atmosphere, we get a little lighter. So let me get just a value or so. See what I do here in my palette is I step off to the side here and I mix the next white so I can see the difference here, the next light blue. So I can see the difference that this will be. Even see, it's harder to see it here. But when you see the two up next to each other, like if I put this right up to here, you'll see it's lighter. Does that make sense? And I don't want to do quite like that, but we do want to leave some of that mottled interest. But so you're getting lighter, and any kind of other area back here, atmospheric-wise, will get lighter yet. And you could get a little thinner. But I want to build some clouds, so I want to build some grays, and beautiful grays I like in a painting like this. I'll use some, I want some of these kind of warm too, so I may touch into some medium beige there. But I love the blue and the medium beige. Blue and burnt sienna. Let's grab a little white with this. And it just makes lovely grays, probably just a little more blue. Sometimes I like it slightly violet. That's a pretty gray color. Let's get it lighter. So if I got to get something lighter, and again, this is what I like to do. On your palette, you can make painting really easy, or you can make it tough. And I like to make it easy. So I drop down And I'll start out with a gray right here, and I'll look at that right with that blue, and that'll be a pretty good gray. I want my gray, though, it's a cloud, so I want it a little lighter. So I step off to the side here, and I'm just going to work some of these grays. Now, eventually, these grays will go over the sky here. We'll work that cloud and stuff there into the sky, right? And so a little more light, a little more white. Step off to the side here. Let's just build in a little more white. This is our blocking in. This is going to come over this mountain here. And I'm blocking in to get some movements and stuff like that to set that in. So what I want to do with this painting here is I want this gray and then little bits of the blue and stuff, and we'll build some clouds and stuff like that in there. So let's get a touch more violet. Touch more violet, add some more white. I can tell you right now I'm going to need more white in this painting. Let's get this a little more violet. See, I can see that difference there into that cloud. I love that. And hopefully the monitors set up the way they are, the cameras can pick up some of these color tones that I'm putting in there. And I'm leaving it right now very much mottled and heavy in color. And I'll come back in just a minute and we'll build this area. So instead of working into the wet blue, we're going to block in. And Sandin does this a lot in his portraits and stuff. So it's almost like a portrait technique. And, you know, Rungus was also a Western painter. And this portrait technique, though, was used quite a bit in 19th century painters. And they used this really a nice blocking in technique. And it was called poster block. So remember the old poster block paintings we used to do in grade school? Maybe some of you younger artists don't know that. But yeah, we used to do that a lot. And this is called poster block painting. You block paint it in. I'm going to put some of this light cloud right up here. A bit of the gray here. Just kind of model this in here. Okay. And so this is going to, and I'll show you how we're going to work this just a bit, but just blur these edges. But I'm going to want this kind of blue and into the cloud and stuff that you see there. It's going to be wonderful. So I'll work those clouds into that, and we can go in and add some blues and stuff later on if we want. Now we can come back. I can work these blues again right up in here. Work some of that. Now, if you go into your grays, what you're going to do is you're going to create this kind of cloudy, look to it. You're going to blend them in too much. So don't go. You can go in a little bit to soften the edges, but the clouds that we're going to do here in this painting are going to be very different. They're going to be more of a block, it's a solid color. And that's the way that he did a lot of painting. So he didn't do a lot of glazing or anything like that. So let's go in and let's assign. So what light, we're going to bring in light this way. So this will be a shadow side of it. This is the white coming down through the pass there. And I'm going to make a violet. I like the Clyde Aspavig's, how he paints snow and stuff. He uses a light violet on the shadow sides and a light orange on the light sides. And so I love his coloring and stuff. So we'll use some of Aspavig's here, ideas. We'll put in some violet onto the shadow side. And we're going to have, so we'll establish more light here. And let me put this down here. Some of you can, so you can kind of see that as a reference, kind of what but I'm not going to make it maybe not as dark or whatever. I'm just going to add some snow through where I see some of this stuff through here. We'll add a lot more. This is our first look, right? So we don't, like I tell you, we don't get perfect with it, right? let's just lighten that up a bit. Maybe warm it. Just a touch of that yellow oranges here. And just a touch warmer. And just add that. This is a block. This is our first look. So we're not going to get wild with it. We're just going to get some colors. I used a technique like this, very similar. I have a painting in there. It's called Slide Lake. That's over in our classroom, our online classroom. And if you haven't joined that, come on over there, guys. It's free. It's absolutely free. And I have a lot of free videos in there. But I have a lot of my online classes. And one of them that I did that all master painters paint at some point in time up in through the Green River or the Wind River range of Wyoming is called Slide Lake. All the great wildlife painters, landscape painters make the trek in. It's a 12-hour hike in and out. They go into plein air paint Slide Lake. And I painted Slide Lake in there. And I used this blocking in kind of technique on Slide Lake. And it works really, really well. Let's come in and let's start to work the mountains. Now, so we're going to have a warmer side of the mountains. This will be a shadow side of the mountains. And then we're going to add a lot of interest. And I'm going to paint a lot with the knife as well. Rungus did a lot of flat brush bristle painting. So we can incorporate some of that as well. I'm going to take some burnt sienna, a little bit of my medium beige, some of my blue, and I'm going to create this darker, and it is you can hardly see it in there, but it's a darker, kind of a grayed color of burnt siennas. And I'm just going to, he was a bristle painter, so he would, but I can use this. This is a 3/4 inch fusion flat that I can use just on the rough side like this. And we'll refine this, but this will give me some of my value interest like that as I start to block this in just by sliding, leaning over to the brush really far over to the edge, to the ferrule, where that ferrule almost grabs that edge. And this paints best if it's not a new one. So this one's been around the block quite a bit, you can see. And it's not by any matter of means a new brush. So they paint the best if it's not, a brand new brush. Let's add a little bit more and a little bit of blue. And if you're doing large paintings like this, you could go right into your open medium, which I love to paint this with. And so we'll add some interest, some darks right in here. Now, overall, is this going to be too dark? I don't know, but we can certainly change that up as we go. But see, I want to get as rough as I can. Now, we could use the knife as well. But I want this pretty rough, and I want a bit more of an edge up there, but I want to get some sliding interest. This is why I love the open medium. I can slide the paint really easy, and that's going to give me some highs and lows and little things going on in the mountains as we develop it there. And then I'll use medium beige to lighten this up, warm it up as we head over to some of these, so we're going to come right in here, and there's that point there, so we're right up in here. As we get up into some of these, the light side, warm side here, let's cool this off just a bit. So your first look, you're going to make a few, I just made a slight placement error right there, but that's not a big deal. We're going to change this so many times. This is just the first rough look at the mountain, right? The first rough look at it. Now, you can also, let me show you, and the knife works really well. But I'll take some open medium and I'll mix it up into this right here. So I'll get a touch of transparency and stuff with this. But I'm going to have this cloud come in over here. So, we can use the knife to get some of this beautiful interest in here. Just slide it and see, you get that transparency with that open medium as we're setting that in. And this can make all the little rocks and ridges and stuff that you see really easy with the knife here. And, it's almost like a lot of you know Bob Ross. And, you know, I always watched him through the ages. If I knew him, we were friends. We attended the same conventions and stuff. I didn't paint what he painted that time, but we both had the same teacher, Bill Alexander. I was a Bill Alexander painter, and Bill Alexander is on YouTube and stuff. You can see him, and yeah, and Bob Ross followed in the footsteps of Bill Alexander, and then took it over to his joy of painting and stuff. But we use those palette knives and we create a lot of this differences and stuff. Of course, I'm more refined. He would take a thick knife, cut an edge, and just drag it. And here we're going to be a little bit more refined in what we do with this painting here. So, but the knife works really well. And try both. And the great thing about painting like this, guys, is that you try both and you put all of this in the same painting so that you get maximum amount of interest. That's what you're going to want to have. So we'll try a few little blurbs of color here of this area's little peaks and stuff as you see coming down this way. We'll grab some of this warmth, and we're not going to try. See, I'll let some of the transparency come through with that open medium. That just gives you wonderful looks here. And you know, so we'll try some of that. This could be a little cooler. We'll push that edge in, and I'll do both brush and this here. Let's push some of this. And if I'm going to go way back there, sometimes I'll thin it out with some extender. Let's thin this out just a bit. Little extender. Extender and open medium work together as well. Okay, so here we go. We'll just come along these edges. And some of it starts, as it gets further back, will become more atmospheric. And so you can just take some of your sky right here, mix this right up into this here, and touch into some of that as you come back here. As you start to get a little bit more atmospheric here. Going into back, let's go more atmospheric here. And get a little lighter here. Going all the way back here. And just push in. Sometimes you see these mountains, depends on the light, the lighting, and where it's hitting. You know, they'll get really quite dark back there, but you know what I'll do is I will always, it was explained to me one time by a master, sometimes you have to alter nature to make a more harmonious painting. It's very, very true. So sometimes we have to change things up what we see, because we know through atmosphere this is going to become more blue and grayer as it goes back here, and so we got to add some of that back there as we go back, right? And yeah, so, and he does it in his as well, but we'll give a little bit. This along the Beartooth is going to have a little more depth to the mountains here than what he has in his. So we've got to add some snow to these and stuff like that. These are just so fun to paint and play with the colors a little bit like that as you're putting in some of this interest and stuff along here. It's really nice. Let's get this a little lighter, a little more atmosphere. We're going to have some clouds and stuff coming along these guys right up here. So we'll base in some of that cloudy atmosphere into that one to begin with. Maybe this takes off over here, and we'll let that, so we want that power of that mountain right in there. And let's add some open medium. Let's just take all of this. Good color here. And yeah, that's just good color. Don't mix it too much, Dave. And we'll pull some of this in here. This will be good. Get that slope. And see, you want, you know, I've taught you in so many other things. We use those knives and stuff. They create those slopes. I'm going to warm just a bit of that. Just add a bit of warmth in here. Get that open medium so you get a bit of that sliding transparency there. So you get some of the different colors of the mountains in there. right? That's where your interest is going to come from. And don't try to copy. I'm not going to copy because I think some of these areas right in here might be a little too dark. I don't know yet because I have to get my bear on. But if I make them too dark, this mountain's going to control the bear, and I want the bear to control the mountain. Does that make sense? So I'm just getting close. It's not perfect. I'm just getting close so that I can work my bear. That's what I want to do. Just get that close so I can work my bear and get an idea here. And that's too small. Oh, gosh. Ooh, I love that. That just kind of... See, I love that interest that knife and stuff goes in here. That's a lot of interest, see. And I may be making a bit of an error by putting too much in. No, don't worry. I'm a professional. It is... I can have a lot of interest. Now, this is a lot more than Rungus puts in, see? He wouldn't put in that much, but I'm painting the Beartooth. And so he put that softer whites and cool whites and stuff. And I'm going to add some of that in with the snow. We might add a little more snow than what this Beartooth Mountain, what this shows. We might add a bit more here. Let's take and mix up some more of our violet snow here. The Quinacridone Violet, a little bit of blue here, right? A little bit of this blue. We could toss in some of these grays. All this is just great stuff. Just grab some of that sky color. Don't have to mix it up too much here, but just makes great stuff here. Here, we'll put some blue grays over here. Let that this all makes great snow. Add a little open medium to it. And see how I leave it kind of mottled here. Let's just leave that kind of mottled. Let's just grab some of this here. We'll read that. We'll just pull that up into like that. This is the shadow side of that mountain. We'll create some of that interest. So I don't want it like real smooth. Now Rungus would you just leave the mark up into that. He would leave the mark. I want to tap and drag a little bit and create some areas of that snow. Now on the other side, we'll come down over here. We'll add some open medium, a little bit of yellow. Like I love that Diarylide, a little tiny bit of that warm red, Naphthol Red Light. Slightly warmer here, down this way, to create the light and the shadow of it. And let's pick up a little heavier paint. There, right up in there like that. And drop some of that in. We'll do, quite a bit different marks and stuff, but I'm going to go to a smaller brush here. So I have 2 of those now working. I'm going to go to my 10. And look at that 10. Has a little bit of paint in it from the last time. I'll just push it, soften it out there. And I don't want to dig too much, push too hard, because there's so much paint and it's very much worked together, if that makes sense. Now let's get a little more white into this. I want that light to hit right up in here. And some of that right up along that top here. Right up there like that. And super fun to paint this. Let's drag this up this side a bit. Here. Let those streaks. See how flat I'm holding my brush? That allows me to work the ferrule, which gives you all of that extra interest. We'll take some of this soft and create a few little shadow marks there. Maybe a bit of the warmth hits right in here, right in that area. You have highs and lows and warms and it cools wherever that sun is hitting. Here, let's get some of this light right out through here. You try not to have to. Now, Rungus would leave the heavy brush mark, but I want to stop it just a bit. Let's push that slope in. So right up like that. This is, yeah, so you get the idea of building the mountain. Now, it's not exactly like this. I have more dark up into this area, and we could add touch more blue. Let's go to a darker violet and some burnt sienna here. Oh, that's a beautiful color. That is really close to what he has. I'm going to warm it, though, slightly. I don't want this to be about the mountain, so got to be careful not to get too dark here. Some of that dark, dark contrast there. Here. There we go. Put some of this nice darkness here, right up and through here. Let's just drag that edge out. I like it a little rougher. You got to imagine you're on the shadow side. This is a little peak right here. So you've got the shadow side of that mountain there, okay? And I'll put in some more light, so I'm going to let that tack up just a bit. But let's get some of this warm, just dragging down through here. We got to let some of it get a little bit draggy so that it, leaves those ridge lines. That's what we're looking for. Those ridge lines. This is the light side of it, so we want to stay relatively warm without going too dark. We'll get some of that interest on there. So I'll leave some of this lighter than what you actually see here because that adds some of the interest here. There, like that. So you're definitely going to get a shadow side. Let's put some of this shadow side snow a little heavier up here. So you definitely see the warm and the cool side of this snow. That's your job as the artist. I mean, I don't let the viewer guess, is it the warm or shadow? I show it, warm and shadow here. The warm and cool shadow. The light, warm, and cool shadow of it. So you see that right in there. So you got the shadow. You can blur this nice thick paint. You can blur some of that. So if you feel like that mark might be too heavy, just touch and you'll release some of the light from underneath. You'll bring back and just add a bit of that light. But like right up here, you can say, oh, there's a mountain peak there with a little shadow. Let's put on a little shadow there, right in there. And maybe a little warmth. There's a fly. He wants to land on my mountain. Here. So that's some of the little details, right, that we can do here. And so I've got this cooler side, so I will come in and maybe make this cooler shadow side interest here. Drag some of that through here. And then we have the warm. A little bit more medium beige, maybe a bit. So it's my warm side, my light side, is going to be a little lighter than what you see on that mountain here because I can go darker, but I'm not sure. The reason why I'm not right now is I'm not sure of my bear. So, how I'm going to do that bear, who's going to be the interest of this whole painting. I could walk in and block in a little bit of him so I can see the dark, but I kind of know what he's going to be, so I'm just going to try some of this here. Add some of that interest, little marks. And if you find that you have the world's best mountain and it's detracting from the bear, then we get to go back and cover it with clouds and soften it out. Does that make sense? But I'm enjoying painting this mountain right now. I'll grab some of this blue. Let's take a look through some of this. Little marks of it here. Just little marks coming through here. This is the little valleys in your mountain, and they're in the cool shadow sides there. That's too much same, I think. there. So we'll change the shape up there a bit. Add some little warm touches here. Tap through some of that, leave those rough little edges. Maybe a little mark of that light right there coming down next to that shadow. There. Really a lot of fun. I've always, my entire painting career, even when I became a decorative painter for so many years, I enjoyed painting mountains. Always loved painting mountains. Guess why? It's why I live in the panhandle of Nebraska, but we're only a couple hours away from the big Rocky Mountains, and then, up the Laramie Range, and then up into the Wind River and stuff. We're only a few hours away. So I love that. So we'll put that in. So it's not exactly the same as this one. I'm putting more color interest in because this is a painting. But Rungus would be very simplistic. He would use a lot of warms and cools, but see all these smaller little color changes that I have in there. He wouldn't do it as much. He would leave the blocking of the color. I'm going to do it though. There we go. That might be too much with that white right there. But now in the Bear River, you get a lot of verticals in there too, so you can give some verticals like that. So a little bit of extender, thin this out. So you take some of this into little vertical marks here. There, break some of that up. So it's not always on an angle. You're going to have some vertical marks here that pull down that make these little cliff edges and stuff here. So you'll see that in the photo. But just put the Beartooth in and you'll get all kinds of really beautiful kind of mountains and stuff there. And here. Little texture's good. Just some of that. And just little marks, like there's little touches of it there. I like that. I like that warm here playing against it. I'm going to set another warm right in there. Definitely see the light and shadow of it now in that mountain there. There we go. Yeah, it's very, very powerful. This is very, very powerful. So you could soften it out. You could go back. So my smaller brush does it. But if you want to soften it out, you can just pull through with a bigger brush here and bring some of that together. And that will start to soften out a bit of that mountain there. So that's up to you. I'm not going to do it too much here. I am very much an alla prima, and I love the brush marks and stuff. You know, I love that roughness that goes in there. But we can soften some of this. Let's just take some of this gray, come through. So if you carry some common colors softer there, that's good. But you get a kind of an idea here how I'm going to paint this, and I'm going to carry this through the whole painting of the mountain here. And let's see, how much are we into this one right now? 40 minutes. So we're 40 minutes into the painting here. Almost 40 minutes into the painting. That's not too bad here for a mountain this big here. But I'll add and continue to work some of this so you can see some of the other looks here. some of the other looks across here, how we're going to take care of that. But let's drop down a little further here. We drop this down a little bit. Little Mr. Bear. We'll drop that down just a bit. I want to put in some of the slope. Now this is going to be really neat here, the slope of this. So we're going to take, let's take some of our gray. This would be great to have some of this sky gray. It's a little dry. It makes the gravel and grayness that we have here, some of our blues and some of these grays. This is just beautiful color. We'll scrape this a bit, model this up a bit here. Maybe a touch more violet into that. Yeah, there we go. And let's just drag some of this. So we're going to have some of this coming down this way. And I'm going to use the paint thick and kind of dry. So this is called granulation. That'll give me the look that I kind of want here. Right out here will flatten out a bit. Now I'm not going to, I put all this drawing on. I'm not going to follow it, obviously. I see. I'm just going to be breaking this up into ground. I'm breaking visually into ground and snow. And you could use your knife too. The knife works great for these big areas like this. But I don't want to get it too smooth. We'll come up through here, around like that. Let's add a little more atmosphere as we go further back here. A little bit more grayness here as we go back, right here. A little bit more blue, some violet. Let's add a bit of that open medium. And the reason why I'm adding it for transparency, let's just mix some browns into that. It's a little too blue, so I need to go to gray, which is our burnt sienna. And that warms and grays it up a bit more. But I want to keep some of that atmospheric blue in there, so a little lighter. Gonna have to put out some more white. Let's just come back through here and let that atmosphere take over. Smear it around here. And so back here I'll let it go a little bit softer with the colors, not as much granulation, and that'll cause it to recede. Matter of fact, maybe I'll pick up a little extender here and just pull through here like this, and that will make it look a little smoother. And of course it gets smoother as you get further back. That's the depth of the painting here. Here. Some of that up there. There we go. So it gets a little smoother. Always take a look at it at the monitor there. See how it's going. Let's take some of this, and I'm going to get out because I really want to use a lot of paint here. So, because I love to paint the mountains with a lot of paint. So, and still though, you look at this, and in the last couple of videos, the florals and stuff I did on the other channel, you saw I used just a tiny bit of paint, and I painted 4 paintings with them. That tiny bit of paint. But on the landscapes where I'm going for textures and stuff, I want some of this violet in there. I'll use more paint. So let's just look at that slope here and pull that in. Oh, I love that. See that streaky color? I love that. This is a light struck plane, so we don't want too much blues and stuff in it, but I do like a little bit of that granulation. But see, and pull long and simple here, because that's what's giving you all of this broken edges, granulation. Don't go over it too many times. You'll make one time. Remember, I remember all the way back to Bill Alexander, we did one long pull down a side to create that. And those were more simplistic mountains than what I'm doing here. This is going to have a little bit more to it. And he does these very long pulls, right? Let's take a look at that. See? He does these very long pulls that you're going to have. That's basically his, kind of look that he's using there. So let's just grab some of that and pull down. Let some of that just peek out like that, and that's what's going to give you that, the broken edges in here like that. So don't press too hard, so the paint glides over the surface, and that's where you get those. The knife it's thicker on the knife, and I'm pulling, but I'm just gliding over the surface, and I'll hit highs and lows of it here, and that's where I get that coloring there. Grab some more. Let's get this a little bit light blue back here. Let's grab some of that back in here. Right up like that. Climbing up that mountain there. Right. Some of this light. Let's get this some of this a little lighter. And so I'm not using the brush yet. The paint's so thick right here, right now. Using the brush would be very hard to get to lay that on, because the brush will dig a little more than the knife does, just sliding over this surface here, like that. So that looks pretty good. Let's drag this light right down like that. Right up like that. Right up like that a bit. So these little air pockets that you get there, which allows the other underneath color to show through, that's coming from super soft touch of the knife. Dirty finger makes a little bit more. And you can see he makes, with his, these big pulls of the knife and brush. He may take a big bristle and do this, or he might take a tap through it a bit here. He might take his knife, because he did do a little bit of that. Break up some of that there. That looks pretty good. Let's get some soft and push this in. Don't let it granulate too much, because this is further back. So push with the knife, and you can see you can blend it a little bit. See how it's softer? Okay. We can still get some of this variation, right? But we want this softer because it's going further back. I want edges back up here. I want softness back there. And I may have taken out too much dark. So that's too much right there. So I'll push again a little bit. There we go. So we want some of that softness. And I might need, I need to add some of the dark, but not quite as dark. Here. Grays. Here. Shadow sides. Back here, just to, let's get that a little warmer. It's just a touch too blue. But it's very dark in the photo. And the question is, do you do that darkness or do you do the atmosphere? And I am more inclined to do the atmosphere. Especially right now till we get our bear. Our bear will tell us everything that we can do. Right? Let's get some of that beautiful color in here. That's pretty color. A little bit of it up in there. Here we go. Yeah. And softer right now back there, but we can change it later. I'm going to take a bigger brush here, and I'm going to pull this down. Pull this color down. I'm going to put trees and stuff up here. So some of this we have to, we're painting it, and you know, a lot of times we would put mist and everything in between back in through there. So, but I'm just going to pull some of this down where I'm going to have trees and stuff and let some of this soften out back through here. I like that. But right up in here, you see some of this working, you know, darker and stuff like that right up in there. Now the question is, do I do it or is it too much? And it's dangerous right now to do it without the bear, but I think I will try it because I can always soften it out. But I do want to see a little bit more. So we'll have a dark, warm edge because this is also coming forward right here. So we'll have a dark, warm edge. Look at the interest that you can bring into that area there. Do you want to create those little striations and stuff? You hold your brush flat and push and lift up and do some of that stuff, and you'll get those little striations, little granulations of the brush. Here, like that. It's kind of pretty. Here, let's take and get, I want some of this down in here. The ground's going to take back up over here, down in here, and some of that gray and blues and stuff mixed together. Ground's going to come back together here before we get to that rock pile here. Right in there. Soften that just a bit. But see, it still preserves some of that slope. Now, there's a real big feeling of slope still right in there. And I might take some paint and give that better feeling of that slope right there. I like that feel. I love that powerful feeling of that slope that you feel right in there. And I do want to capture that. Let's dirty that just a bit. Some white, a little bit of open medium so it's a touch transparent. Got a little blue showing up in there. Let's get a little brown. And let's just pull this heavier again. Leave a few marks. That's prettier. A little bit more white. And he gets very white. You know, you look at that back one right back through there. You know, we're getting the same coloring that he does on his. You know, so we have this blues into the shadows. You can see that. And the whites and those grays, that's all the coloring that he has in there. So we've understood that. He's following those good rules of that orange and blue. You know, I mean, all the master landscape painters that you have, everyone has studied Rungus. And, you know, Rungus spent so much time out in the field. So he painted a lot of his stuff in the field, plein air in the field. And so he was actually looking at this stuff. So he's a good, you know, if you want to know color and stuff, he's really good. A good person to study with that. Here. Yeah. Here. There we go. That looks kind of good. Let's leave that cliff edge there. There. Boy, that's chunky nice. But you got that feeling of that slope. That's going back. We could put a, you know, that bit more. Let's just add an accent of the dark. Not super dark, but an accent of the dark here. So we don't want to go too much here, but just some touches of it. Try not to forget to breathe. Sometimes you're doing this, but this is tacking up back here, so it's coming just magnificent to paint. back there. So you'll see it's much darker and some lights and some darks and stuff in here. And it'd be fun to do that one that is more more realistic. Do you want to, if that's the best way to say it here, of that violets and stuff that we see, you know, into the mountains. But I want to paint this bear, and I want this warm, and I want this warm color to travel up through here. So until I do that, I don't want to make these mountains too purple. Does that make sense? I don't want them to be too purple in my bear. All of a sudden I start to do a, you know, grizzly that has a lot of these browns and lighter colors in there. And so I don't want too purple. I can always go back and add some more of the purple and shadow colors, you know, and bring some of these shadows. Matter of fact, let's just do a little thinner. Shadows, I always do a little thinner. And get that color a little more blue here. And let's just add a whisper of that thin over it. So see, it's almost like a glaze. This is, and you would come in and you can adjust some of the coloring here. There, like that, to set that into that mountain. And this one has some of this pulled like right back down here, softening those edges, those exchanges here. Just like that. Those little small, you know, in portrait painting we would call these transitional halftones. This is a transition between the light and the dark here area on the mountain, and it's softening certain bits of the mountain here. And so we call those transitional tones, transitional halftones. And so we'll come into this just a bit, just on those edges there. That's pretty neat there. Some of that, it gets that light. So it's not just a straight line. Some of that light can cross over into the next area there. But you see, I did that light once. Man, I would do it a few times as I'm putting some of this on. There. And you'd use those transitional tones like right up here to push that edge of that one in there. Like that, like that's another point of the mountain. So I look for little peaks, like we might make a little peak here, take some of that transitional tone there. Let's put that transitional tone's like a medium value violet color there. And that softens a bit. So if I feel like I like that dark there, but is it too dark? So if I feel that it start too dark, I'll just put a halftone, transitional tone, over it and start softening it. But now you can see, yeah, that's pretty neat mountain. It's a little straight and stuff through there, but that's the way that mountain kind of is. It has a few more little verticals in it that break up some of this. When I did Slide Lake, the mountain that's there at Slide Lake, and it is a gigantic slide, and it has a lot of verticals in it that cut up some of those mountain valleys, those crevices and stuff. It has a lot of verticals. So it's a real pretty one to paint. Real pretty one. And all the masters do Slide Lake, so I had to go do Slide Lake. And so I filmed it, created an online class for you. It's very detailed painting. But so that's that. So do I soften more out here, do more out there? I'm not quite sure yet. But let's see, we're just at an hour. So I'm going to come back, revisit my blocking in of my sky here. Take some of this lighter blue. That's too gray. I want that blue to come out. Blue, violet, mostly blue and white. So it's, and get that, I put too much gray in it. I want it blue. Let's get that edge of that mountain here with some of that blue, right? Let's just push that in. Let some of that come right up in now. My grays up here starting to dry up. That's great. Let's push that edge of that blue in there. And maybe I'm going to come over here, clean area with a little bit of that blue. Maybe a bit brighter, so not so much gray here. And oh, I just love that. Kind of gives it that atmospheric feeling. A little bit brighter blue here. There we go. There. Now, let's so one of the things I did in this photo is I love that light edge of that cloud there. So we're just going to pinch wipe our brush here. This is what I do all the time. You haven't seen me clean my brush out too much, right? So I always carry this so my hand gets like this, right? But I'm constantly wiping my brush. You don't see me clean that brush. And because I'm painting with a lot of paint, you can see the depth in that paint. And I'm painting with a lot of paint. And these are the heritage. Water forces them to dry faster. And so we want, that's why I don't rinse my brush very often. I do every once in a while, but I make sure I pinch wipe it, pinch the hairs between your paper towel, get that moisture out of there, because that just introduces water into your system and it's fast drying. You need moisture, you want it thin, you use extender. You want it thicker, you use open medium, right? That's what we do. Okay, I'm gonna run my brush through here now. Just smooth that just a bit. That just a bit. Get that slope just so it shows up. I think I like that highs and lows, but I want that slope here. There we go. That looks better. Sometimes that, just, yeah, that roughness and softness. I love the edges and stuff. So, but pinch wipe that so you can work that. Now, so I pinch wipe that out. I'm going to grab some white. I'll come right up here by the edge. Let's come right up to where this edge of this cloud is going to be here. We're going to want to generate this cloud. Let's just paint the edge of the cloud. Now, you see me all the time paint different kinds of clouds. And I use the knife. I use thick paint, though. Let's put in, so whenever I want this cloud to really show up, I use thicker paint here. So this is coming back behind this one here, the edge of that cloud. And then we have some of these beautiful grays here that will work up into that here. But I like that light right there. Let's get that heavier white light right back up over here, back behind this one. I want the edge of that cloud. Like that's a little sky hole right there in the mountain. Right there, see? And I like that. Let's just dribble a little bit this gray and light right across that. Break up that edge. When you fracture the edges of the clouds, they look a little bit more a little bit more realistic. So we have this little blue sky hole coming through there. I like it. Now, some of the other clouds that are here, let's take some open medium right into some of our lights and our grays here. And let's just like we did with the mountain, let's blur some of this on here like that. Let's get a bit more light right up here. Look to where you might want to have this. So we have a grayish sky and more light coming through. A little bit of blue there. So we'll break up some of this here, smear it around. This is that open medium. It smears around really easy. And you can also just take a bigger brush with some extender. I'm going to clean this out here because it's got too much of that gray in there. So I'll pinch wipe that water out of there. I'll put a little extender back into this. Now it's cleaner. The extender goes through. Now if it doesn't move too much and it's starting to dry, so if I want to move that even more, I would touch into a little bit of water. Now you got to be careful when you touch into water. Water's your solvent. See how fast that cuts that? Water will cut it. So you use a very soft, this is why I love the fusion brushes. They're very soft and I can create that softness of that cloud really easy. Let's create a little bit of toned violet down here at the bottom. That's too violet. Let's get some blue in there. Let's act like we know what we're doing, Dave. Get some of these grays. Oh, grab some of this beautiful color from your mountain. Toss it into your sky. That's just really pretty. A little bit of that in there. And we'll do this, right? And we'll push in some shadows here to the bottom of the clouds. Here, like that. I'd love to, this is what I'm pushing harder here right now. I call that burnishing with the knife. It might be a little dark right there, so I'll lighten it up, grab some open medium with it, lighten up this grays here so we can get that beautiful shadow working up into those clouds. There. Let's get a little bit of that shadow down. Wiggle it, get some verticals in there. Because clouds build verticals too, right? There we go. A little bit of this. We're going to carry some of this light right over our mountain here too. There we go. And some of this back. So I went out and found some beautiful clouds and put them right there on that side. A little bit of gray, a bit of white. Just sometimes drag through puffy little areas of the clouds. Maybe just a touch lighter right here on the edges. Right there. Let's drag this down a bit. We can take this and, of course, I love that look with that, with the light. So maybe there's just a bit right back here. In between the blues and stuff showing up, right? And I like that. Let's get a little more light. Maybe a touch of yellow just to warm it slightly here. And the medium white, you see me use a lot of clouds with medium white, especially as I'm heading to the light, because it gets that nice warm color here. Let's burnish that across. Here. And I'll do these clouds a couple times, but I want to leave that really kind of rough. Let's go with our 3/4 inch brush here. Pull some of that through, creating like another little forward cloud right here. The layers of the clouds, right? Yeah, a little bit of white You can, you know, thin out their edges. You can whisper them off. Like I'll just push the color into it. Gives them more of a softer look to the edge of the cloud. A little whispery, transparent kind of edge. Okay. Whatever you like to do, I'm going to drag some light and some warm right over there. Maybe just a bit lighter with some white, a little bit of blue. There. I love that. Light with a little bit of blue. Drag that through. Push it around. That gives them that blurry little edges there. Yeah. I kind of like that. And I'm going to rinse that, set that down there for a minute because I've got so many brushes running. I usually don't have out too many brushes. I like to limit the brushes that I use. You know, I'm going to go back to some of my blues here. Work that sky hole here a bit. Right in there. Let's go a little brighter. And some white. Just white and blue. That makes a very bright little sky color. No gray. Here. There we go. Yeah, and then I can drag a little light through that edge. A little bit of blue, a little light coming through like they're wispy. Think of wispy little clouds in the back there, right? A little gray down here in the low side. A little more gray. Shadow side of the cloud. Bottom side of the cloud. The thicker the cloud, the darker the shadows. So the thicker you make your cloud, the darker you make your shadows. Let's just grab some of this soft. There. It's kind of pretty. Right back up through here, a little shadow. Right in there, maybe a touch of that bright blue. Right over here, a little cloud break. Right there. Right up to the edge of your mountain. There we go. See what that looks like on the monitor. That looks pretty good on the monitor. So it's a little darker here, a little lighter here. As you go up into the sky gets darker. So, you know, it's good to have that up there. Right like that. Some of that. That's good. That works that out pretty well. Here. Good. All right. So I put that in there. Now we're going to have trees and stuff down through here. So this is what I talk about, you know, the block painting, the poster block painting in. So we're a lot thicker. This is a little different technique than I do with some of the other landscapes, westerns, where I start out and I put colors in everywhere. Then I start developing it. This way, what I'm doing is I'm kind of blocking it in, and you know, it's like the painting is not done but almost done way back up here, right? It's almost done, and it's just soften, push some of that blue back there. So it's almost done, and back up here you get the feeling that it's almost done. I'm gonna just let a little blue show up over here, a little lighter blue. Let that show up right over here. Through that that makes your clouds feel a little bit lighter, wispier here. There we go. Just a more translucent kind of feeling to them here. There, like that. You can always whisper a little bit of that blue and cloud color right back up on there. Let's go a little lighter blue here, right up against this edge. There we go. That's kind of pretty. That gets a lot of interest and stuff into those clouds. I like that. I like it a lot. Okay, let's come down here. And, again, we will start some of our heavy block in. And I want to look at the colors of this big old bear here. And that's where I'm going to start, is right in there. Start blocking him in and start pulling him forward here. And let's just see. So burnt sienna and blue. I'm just going to start right in here. Burnt sienna and blue and violet here. And I love that. He's got this, because he's on the shadow side here. So he's on the shadow side. So this is light. You can tell light is hitting here. This is in on the shadow side of him. And so we got a lot of this cool. This is the cool, what we call a reflected light, even though it's not a reflection. It's the moonlight. There's the lighter, warmer side up over there. I want to move that light up a little bit more to the top so that we get some of that warmth coming down. I love the warmth that you see in and out there. So I'm going to kind of paint my own bear. Okay. I've done a lot of bears. Not a lot of bears, but I've done quite a few of them. And so I'm going to start out with some of the dark but slightly warm here as we work in some of this. And I want to see just how I'm going to pull this bear back up over here. Now, as we come over to the other side here, we'll get that purplish color here. Violet, blue. Let's put out some more white here, because I'm just going to blow through the white. But boy, I love the thickness of that paint on that painting there. I'm going to blow through the white. Well, let's get some of that. See, and he's really kind of a purplish color. I'm going to warm that slightly. But see, when you look at that color, that's very purplish, kind of his color there. So, and even up in this other one that's right here, this guy, it's really kind of a light, shiny kind of color. So let's just work it in. We'll work a lot of colors into him. But let's just get some of this in to see what we want to do. And bring this guy. See, I want some of that warmth. That's what I want. And so, we can have some of this nice purplish color that will go with to bring down that shadow side of the mountain here. But I want to also have some of this warmer dark. So we'll put some of that purplish color in. We'll get the burnt sienna and blue as our darks, maybe a touch of violet into it. We'll get some of that warmth, and we'll see where we are. Right? Some of our warmth here on him. See how he is going to stand out. We'll kind of follow some of that shadowing here. There's a lot of work. I'm going to put a lot of work into him because I really want him to stand out. But we'll get this purplish light where we hit some of those rolls here. So his shines, his revert, so we're going to paint him light and dark and then put in half tones and all that other art stuff all over everywhere. But I want some of the warmer medium beiges into him. So it's going to take me, I'm not exactly sure here. A lot of times I'll sit down and I'll analyze colors and put a good impression in my mind. But I'm not really sure exactly on him until I get a little more color throughout the whole painting. I want some warmth in here, but I got to be careful not to get too warm. So I'll control that with some of my violet. And I want lots of interest, just like in that mountain up there. I want this kind of softer halftone to soften that exchange between the light and the dark. So start light, start dark, start halftones. It's kind of like, so many of you have seen me, paint rocks and stuff. That's what it is. I paint a light plane, a shadow plane, and a receding plane. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So I do this. And, yeah. We'll put some of that dark up and through here, up into his eyes. Here. And we'll get this warmer, kind of a warmer violet. Let's warm that violet up, lighten that violet up, right up in here. Down his muzzle here. We'll see what happens, right? Of course, he's got a lot of stuff we're going to paint. We'll thin out his muzzle here a bit. That's a bit heavy. And let's look at this guy again. See, I love those warm, see, we're getting those colors, but I love that warm color that is on this guy's face, right in there. That's what I'm going to be looking at. So we got to get some light up in there. So we'll get some more light right up here. And of course, we can't really say how light is light until we get some of the background, the ground all around him. We're going to put some of that light right in there. Right in there. Because that will make him look lighter, right? So let's get a nice shadow dark here. Blue, violet, burnt sienna. Nice shadow receding dark over on this side because that's his other leg right there. And on the shadow side of this leg, coming through right there. That's that beautiful dark. And we'll take a bit of that dark. We're going to create some of these rolls here and thin up his head just a bit. Take some of this warmer, like that other one there. And of course I'll be going to a smaller brush as I start to paint the planes and stuff of his face here. Here. Long ways to go, but let's take our corner of our brush. And I like to always give them a little character of their eye and stuff. And a little character of his nose. There. Maybe just let's not make him look too angry. Of his mouth. Shadow bit of the ear is on this side. And bit of the shadow and a touch of light for the other one. And a little touch of the lighter warmer where the light hits it. There. Let this kind of get that we want to have a bit of the downward slope here. So we'll just push that in. Just let your paint granulate a little bit to get that downward slope. And these will eventually, we're going to blur off so it looks like all his fur and stuff are all right in there. Right now he's a bit angry, but he's coming out of hibernation. He didn't like to be woke up here. A little bit of that light. I'll get a smaller brush and paint some of that in there, some of that detail in there. Let's so we see that now. Let's get some more of that dark. I lost some of my dark. The dark is so important because he has got to be darker than our mountain. Does that make sense? So he has got to be, his darks are what really are going to set the feeling here and pull the viewer's eye right up into here, advancing him. And we have to get some of these other colors in, but and this is a dark area in that back leg right there, coming right up into here, right up into there. There we go. Let's get a little medium gray, not quite as dark, and some of this gray, all these tones. So as I'm adding this other tone, I'm not taking out everything I did before because I want all of this modeling a tone, kind of like what I did in there. So he's very much like the mountain, he's just a little darker, right? So let's take we're going to have kind of our medium beige, a little bit of our violets, maybe some of this color here, medium beige. Let's get a little more burnt sienna, warm that up a bit more. Medium beige, medium white here. That's good ground color up front here. And let's take a look. Yeah, we could go a touch lighter. So Rungus painted this light lick, almost like little path that he was going to come into right up in here. Nice paint, nice heavy paint. Here, push right up to the edge there. That'll be good. So this is block painting, post-block painting. And some of the great Western painters did this as well. Here we go. And a little bit more light right up in here. Well, of course, we'll put his cast shadow in and all that stuff. But I don't want I want this kind of choppy, not too smooth. Let's get a little gray in this. Change the color up a bit. But come right up by his. So block painting, you have to have, and of course you will because you'll have my final, and then you can kind of determine, you know, what you want to change about my painting when you go paint yours. But yeah, you'll have some ideas of it, you know. Of course, we're going to have all these trees down through here. So, but I want to actually, let's head to a little lighter gray because I'm going to put a bit of snow over here as well, I think. Like he's just coming out of hibernation, heading to the store for some berries or something here. I think a bit of snow would look good in there. Those colors would look good. Some variation of these colors And we're going to make a different plane. Remember, we're going to have those rocks in there that are going to give us a different plane here. Right? Here we go. So we'll have this pile of rocks right in there. And we might take some blue and some burnt sienna. Quite a bit of burnt sienna here. Too much blue. And kind of drag this over here and create this plane of where those rocks will be. Just tap and push right in there right now. That's our middle plane, right? The middle plane of what we're going to do. We're going to have a few other little rocks and stuff up here, maybe some right back up over here. So we'll just drag some of this through, some of that blue, get rid of some of the warmth there. Get rid of it. Lots of nice color here. That looks pretty good. And just looking, ooh, got 20 minutes of film left, but I think we might have to stop before then. So yeah, so that's coming in nice in through there. Now, I'm going to take a smaller, because I do have one here, a little number 6 with this light gray. I want to see some of that light that's going to come down on him. I want that warmer than that, I think. But it's, yeah, I want some of those warmer beiges, a little bit of yellow. Let's come right down in here. Let's warm that up a bit more. Let's come over here. Find a spot here. Yeah, that warmth is going to work with that gray. Quite nice. Here we go. Long ways to go, but hopefully you can see it a little bit. We'll round up his head here on this plane. So we'll paint him just like the planes here. This will be a receding plane, then down here the shadow plane as we work some of those colors. And I'll do it like Rungus, very much his technique for painting the animals, a blocking technique is what we'll do here. Love that bit of warmth. Their eyes are so small compared to these massive bodies. Their eyes are just so small. And I just love that guy, right? That light coming down there. That nice warmth light here. Long ways. Oh, I love that dragging color there. Long ways to go, though. But we'll push some of that warmth that reset some of those shadows. I'll paint, and sometimes on the elk I get these, especially up around the mane on an elk, you get that heavier hair. And you've seen me paint using the small brush and doing the small marks and stuff. We're going to do that, I think, on him. I'll show you. Very fun technique. Let's put in a little more light because we can here just to see our light and our dark on him that we're going to have. But we got to get a lot more of that cool color on too. Long ways to go. And it's really good, I'm developing him like this, and one of the things I'm doing is, one of the things I'm starting to think of is I need to have this plan, right? So I don't want to go in there and just put on colors and keep trying stuff. And that would be wrong. You'll start to get too much paint and you'll get frustration that way. And so what I do is I'm breaking them up there with some of these colors. And once I get some of these colors in, some of these other blocked in areas here, that allows me to sit down with a nice cup of coffee, especially in the morning, because it's evening time here now. It's coming into the evening time. And I've got friends coming over, my nephew and kids coming over for a movie night. It's Friday night, movie night. And so what I like to do is in the quiet of the morning, this is my favorite time. I sit down with a cup of coffee, I look at it, and now that I have it blocked in, I start to make a plan. Does that make sense? And I start to plan of what's going to be my next things on it. And I very soon have to paint this bear because I want this bear to control my painting. Does that make sense? So very soon here, I got to paint him. I have some ideas about what I'm going to do with him there, but not completely. And so I've got to sit down and get a good plan. And when I start to paint this plan, is I've got to see where I'm going with him before I start touching too many colors. Does that make sense? And but right now I'm just moving some of these colors around so I can create the warm and the cools, and you'll see some of these colors generating through him. But we want a lot of cools over here, and I need right up there at the top, I need a nice warm halftone. So I'll look for those transitional tones in there, like that. And so I get him a little bit close. He's nowhere near where I want him, but I don't want to do too many details, Dave, but sometimes you just got to do it a little bit. Here. Get those planes in there. Start to bring him forward. Here. His planes. Here. Got that. Now, some of them have very much that sloping forehead like I'd like on that one guy. So I don't want to lose that slope. I love Rongus's bears, don't get me wrong. I just don't like his one that he's doing here, because here, when he has that, his forehead is like too, he's the master, but I just don't like, I like this guy where he slopes a little bit more. He's looking and he's sloping, his lights are just sloping a little bit more, and I like that. So I'm going to add a bit of that. Flattens out his head a little bit. There. But we should have just a gentle little slope here. A little forehead there. So, but that's going to take some work for me to find it. And that's what I got to do. And that's what I want you guys to do. That was a little wrong, but took his eye out completely there. Made him look a little gerfunky there. Yeah, and I have to create this angle back this way in his fur, his head. There. Yeah, big. They have just such a massive furry head area. And the smallest little eyes. Here. He's going to be fun to paint. I'm starting to see him now. But I want to get all those colors in there. So we'll do that. But let me just... where's the one? That one right there. Got 12 minutes. So let me just run you through. I'm just going to block in some of the... Real quick. Here. Big brush. We're blocking. I'm not going to create the trees. I'm going to take some burnt sienna, some blue, and some green, and I'll look where some of these darks are because I want this to come forward. I'm not going to paint in all the perfect trees. I'm just going to lightly put this in because we can always put the mountain back and get some of this in. I want to start getting away a little bit of the white, so I'll just do this. And a lot of times what I'll do, especially with the trees, is I'll just create this blurry area, sometimes with the paper towel. So this is all blocking in, but the trees I still like to do kind of this way. Take out some of the light, but it leaves me lots of room to put lights and darks, and all it's doing is adding some movement of color. That's what I like. Here, and I'll turn all of that into trees here in the morning. That'll work. And some soft ones, just soft colors back up over here, here, and burnt sienna, blue, green, lots of burnt sienna. Well, this is really wet, so I don't want to go up and make the trees. We're going to make some bushes. We'll bring their plane down a little lower so it shoves that one back. So this guy gets shoved back. And you'll see that. Bring some of that up. We'll do some stuff in there. All that art stuff in there. And let's get some of the browns. Medium beige and stuff right into here. A little bit of this color. Block this all in. Okay. And so I don't have to look. In the morning when I look at this, I don't have to look at white. I want to get rid of the white. We have that tree over there, which I just kind of painted through. So drew it once, I can draw it again. We'll do that. We'll just kind of model this together. We'll bring that tree stump, that down tree stump in there. That's kind of neat. Let's lighten in gray this. Just, well, that's too blue. Yeah. But a little bit of blue's not bad. Gets a little more gray as we're going to build this. And we'll build bushes and do that art thing all over. But you can get a better, clearer idea here of him. Let's bring his nose up here. Here, like that. If you get the idea, he's walking out of the mountains here. This isn't too bad for what are we? Is got 8 minutes left there, so that one right there. 1 hour and 43. Just a little over an hour and a half. 43. Take out all my talking, and we got 52 minutes. Yeah. I know I talk a lot. I like to teach, guys. That's what I love to do. And, you know, I loved it when my teachers, my mentors would always spend time in telling us what it is that we're going to do. And I just love that. Oh, this cloud is going to come up over the edge of that. And we're going to do it back up over there, too. So don't make them too perfect here. We're going to put some clouds back up over this as well. Just saw that, so I just thought, ooh, better tell you not to. That's going to be coming. We're going to paint some of that and put those clouds and stuff over some of those areas, okay? And this will all get all variation here. Just leave some, just some modeling of some color and stuff there. That's going to be great. Some of these softer trees to create that different plane there. That's going to be great. Here, let's real quick before we're out of time here. Maybe draw some of that softer. Let it start to flatten out right in here as well. So it's got to start flattening out as it comes to this other plane. Does that make sense? So, boom. And maybe some of that light. We'll put a bit of the snow. He's walking out of some of this snow. Right back up over there. So hopefully you can maybe see how he's going to go. He's going to be a lot of fun. And now that gives me a nice thing to look at in the morning. Sit down and nice thing to look at and make a plan. Does that make sense? And that's where I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. So I'll come back in the morning. Now, to preserve my paint and stuff, I'll probably just use everything. Make sure I can get everything underneath that cover there. And then, like I've showed you before, I take the lid here. Those paints are really wet. I don't need to mist them. I'm just going to mist the lid like this, flip it up, get rid of all the photos here, and just set it down and kind of push it into place there. This will most likely dry. It'll probably be a little bit wet. I don't get to paint on it tomorrow until maybe the afternoon, maybe not even till the next day, because it's coming up on my wife and my 46th anniversary. So she has to be out of town exactly on the anniversary, which is the 15th, which is 3 days. So she said, can we do our anniversary tomorrow? So I might not be able to touch it tomorrow. And that'll keep it for several days, 5, 6, 7 days, and easily. Okay, so I may come back in another couple days. Okay, thanks very much for joining me on this one. And I'm just going to flow this on into one big video. So hang around. You'll see me in just a minute. Okay, all right, I'll see you guys. Hi everyone, welcome back into the studio. Well, it's been a few days, actually 5 days. I did do a little bit of work on it yesterday afternoon, and because I wasn't really happy with the bear, and so I found another one that I really liked. As a matter of fact, and I just changed his head a little bit, I found a photo of this one and I like that. So and I just blocked him in using the same things that I did in the last segment of this video. And so I just painted out the one, blocked in this one, and using those colors. And we're going to paint him here in just a bit, paint him for light and dark and some interest and stuff. But I liked him. I thought it was a better position of him, and I increased his size just a little bit. Now, I had also printed out a really large one that was coming up to here, and that would fit a lot of what Rungus does, in that he makes this story about the animal, and you'll see that I did that one longhorn sheep. I did one of his that it was up in the Wilcox Pass area of Canada, and so I did that one. I painted that one with you on the channel. Larger animal, more powerful against the mountain. And but I thought, oh, we're going to make this. So I put it up, and Jessica and some other people here in the studio thought, no, they like the story of the slightly medium-sized one walking out the back like this. So this gives me room to put trees and to do all of that in here. So we have a lot of work left, and we better get to it, okay? So I'll have this one. We'll set this off to the side. We'll be painting that. What I want to do is I want to correct, because I have a few errors in here. One is my good old left brain, which is this. See, I got 1, 2, 3. 3 of them just lined up exactly, kind of the same. And that isn't the way that mountain is. That's my left brain that tends to do that. So I can correct that, when there's areas of this technique that's just fantastic for doing that. So I want to put in those strong verticals that I talked about. The other thing I did was, this morning as I came into the studio, I gave it a light coat of the the multi-surface sealer. So this is the multi-surface sealer, and what it is a urethane product, and you could use glazing medium. We have the Heritage glazing medium or the multi-surface sealer. and I use the multi-surface sealer. Anything, if I want to, it'll take away some of the matte tooth of the painting, but it allows me to do glazing techniques. So I have a lot of the mountain in that I like. I'm going to make some adjustments to it. But now I'm going to add the atmosphere. I've showed you in other videos different ways to add the atmosphere to a mountain, to push back and do things. And we're going to do this in a couple of glazing techniques. So if you're happy with it and you kind of like it, but you can still make major changes. But if you kind of like it, glaze it or put a light coat of sealer on. Just, thin it with just a little water, put it on. And now this has been drying for about an hour. It's not sticky anymore. It is a great surface to glaze on. So that's what we're going to do right away. My palette here is exactly as I left it. I did open it up and remist it yesterday, so you'll see some water droplets from yesterday, but I opened it up and used some stuff here to paint out the background here for putting in the bear, and I just modeled in some of the bear. But it's been 5 days on this palette, and like I've showed you in the other videos, these colors are still fantastic. If you create that terrarium kind of effect, it's wonderful, and these colors will last for a long time. So what I'm going to do this morning to start out this painting, we'll use some of these colors, but I'm going to bring in another palette here, and we'll set this to the side here. We'll open this up so I can grab some of the colors. But I want to do some glazing with you, okay? So with the glazing, now you can add glazing medium. What glazing medium does is it takes the paint molecules and it separates them. And if you can tell by my hand here, when I separate them, see the light that starts to come through here. And that's what happens with the glaze. A good glaze should be a transparent, semi-transparent, or you add glazing medium to your paint, it separates the paint molecules. Now you don't get a quick change like you do with Olaprima, like we do with the blocking in, but you get a slow evolution. So sometimes it'll take you, 2, 3, 4 times. There's been Dutch Masters I've glazed a dozen times to get that look, but you get a tremendous amount of depth. But you use glazing mediums to shift some of the look of something. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put in a little bit of atmosphere. I'm nowhere near done with the mountain, but I'm going to add its first atmosphere to it. And so you can add glazing medium. I'm going to use just the paint because I put down sealer. You could use sealer or just the paint by it, sealer or glazing medium to do that. I'm going to make a violet. It's going to be a color very close to my sky. My sky here, though, right back in here, up here is more of a blue violet. Down here is more of a blue green. So I don't want to go too much to a violet. I want to keep it a little bit to the blue green side here. So I'll take some white and I'm going to look for a value that is going to be right along, maybe just a touch lighter. Now, when you glaze a color, this is the thing, it's going to look a little bit cloudy as you put it on, and then it's going to dry and sink into the surface. That's normally what happens. So you look for a color that's just a little bit lighter than what it wants because the acrylics do dry darker. So I'm going to look, and that's a pretty color right there. It's a little bit more violet than what I have here, closer to violet what I have there. I'm going to go a little bit more blue. I don't want it that, usually you glaze for atmosphere with a slightly violet color, but my sky there's a little bit bluer. See, that's a little closer. It doesn't have to be exact, but it's a little closer, and that'll be quite pretty. Now, I'm going to add some extender medium to this and start to thin it out. And you could, and it is smart, you could add some, and I would if you've never glazed before, you could add some glazing medium, okay, some regular glazing medium. You could even add a couple drops of the sealer here, which will do that as well, but it doesn't separate it as well as glazing medium. Glazing medium is made for glazing. And that's it, and it's thicker, and so it separates the paint easier. So glazing medium is the best by far, but I don't have any out here. So anyway, so now what I'll use is I'm just going to use my cap of extender here. I'm going to use a big brush, And I'm going to put a light coat of extender here over the whole surface here that I want to glaze. And you can glaze one little area at a time and then come back and glaze other areas. You've seen me in other videos glaze, glaze clouds, glaze warmth, glaze shadows, glazing. And one of the reasons why I love the acrylics is that I can glaze, I can paint something, dry it real quick with a hairdryer, and glaze it right away. I don't have to wait for the oils to dry several days to be able to glaze. I can do it right away. That's why I like this. But anyway, so let's go into this. So I'm going to take a little bit of this. I have extender on the surface. I'm feeling now the thinness. I want this thin, right? And a good way to do it is to test it to see how thin it is on your palette or something like that. And so you can see right there, see the difference. Boom, it shoves this back. Now watch, I'll put it a little heavier over here, and I'll shove that atmosphere even further into that mountain there, right back here, and then I'll bring this up and over some of this mountain to soften it here. And what's really nice about the glazing here, so I'll glaze this, and you can see how it's shoving that back. Look at the difference between here and here. I can glaze it back and then bring it forward a little bit. I can vary the colors, but this, I want this whole mountain to shove back just a little bit now that I have the colors on the bear. And I'll smooth this out a bit here. I'll smooth that out a bit, but you can see what it does immediately is it shoves that mountain back with that atmosphere. Isn't that cool how that does? And it's so quick. It is so quick. And that's what I like is, when you're doing it pure alla prima and doing the mixes, you have to get that color exactly correct, right? But if you incorporate glazes, especially as an acrylic artist, you incorporate glazes into part of your technique, you can come off a little bit and glaze it into position to make it more, to make it a little better. Let's put just a bit of glaze, and I'll use glazes like this to create mountain mist or something like that. It just works so very well. And I'll watch it as it starts to dry up. You can hit it a couple of, you can use it a couple of times. So this is one time through. I'd probably do this several times. Well, I'm going to paint the mountain and then do it again. And I want to shove that right back. And as a matter of fact, to make it even a little bit more like the sky, I can take a little bit of this color right back here and just use it thin back over here into this distance, even up over the clouds there. And that will bring the sky and it together, and it gives you even more depth into your painting. So glazes like this, especially, this is one of the secrets that a lot of wildlife painters use, is big glazes like this to help set that mountain. Now, my surface is really wet, and it's not matte anymore because it's got that cedar on it, so it's a hard surface. So if I get too much moisture in it, it'll start to bead up just a little bit. It might do that. It's not doing it too much. I'm looking at it pretty close here. But as this starts to dry, when you glaze, and you glaze pretty heavy, and I put on quite a bit of it there, and as it starts to dry, and I'll just pinch wipe my brush like this, you can just go over it a couple times just to make sure it stays absolutely smooth. You can do this during the entire drying process. And that's what I want is this. I want this real almost smooth, misty look to it, okay? So, and it's far better to do it several times than to try to get that look once. The more times you do it, the better it looks. And in some of the real masters, the Dutch masters that I did for years, and you can watch that, I would glaze it, and then I'd put a coat of glazing medium, separate it again, and glaze it again, separate it again, and glaze it again. I would do that several times, and it works really, really well. So we have that. Now, I'm just going to watch that as that dries. I'll keep my brush here. It's going to take a little bit of time to dry because I did it with extender. So it's going to take a good 30 minutes to an hour here to dry during the video. And as it dries, some of this will come back, but I just do it again. Okay. All right. So that's where we are with that. So, and we'll just let that. Now you can use a hairdryer on it. You can mist it lightly like that and use a hairdryer, and that will work great as well. Now, while that is wet though, let's come in here and we use this, and I can start, since I have that mist and stuff, and we're going to start being specific. There's one thing I wanted to do, and that was to bring a little bit of a cloud over the surface. So I'll grab some of my white, maybe some of my medium white and white here, right into my blues. And I'm not going to do the perfect cloud yet. I'm just going to start it coming up as a mist up over this part of the mountain here. So part of this cloud is going to come up over this part of the mountain, and we're going to bring this right back into here. So this is the first like little mist of it here. So I'll pick up a little more white here, and we'll build this up a little lighter right there. I don't want to eliminate the mountain. I want to put a mist up over the edge of the mountain, if that makes sense. And we'll build that. And I've done this type of thing with the landscapes for years, and I love it. So we'll build that up. Just tap it a little bit in there. Okay. Let's put a tiny bit of warmth of the medium white in there. Just a touch of that, and then the white. And it's really good and easy to do this once you have that sealer on, because you just make that little mist. Now, that mist that I have there will dry down, and some of it will disappear as it dries down. And so this is what we do it several times. If you go watch some of the video that I put up of Monarch of the Glen, there's Monarch of the Glen. It's the big red deer stag that I painted this last summer. He's huge. Its canvas is over 6 feet tall. And all of this beautiful mountain mist that I put on with the sponge, one of these. This is a tile setter sponge. And so we can use this. Maybe I'll show you this. But I use a tile setter sponge to create that mist. I just don't want brush marks in that mist, if that makes sense. And you can take your soft brush like this and just pull through it if you really want to, keep that nice and that nice mist on there as well. But I'll build up here these clouds and put a bigger shadow in here and make that cloud come right up over that edge here towards that. But we'll do that as we get further on in the painting. Right now, what I'm going to do is let's put this to seeing how, if I didn't get any extender down there. If I get extender down there, my photo won't stick. See how it doesn't stick to the surface there. So that does not want to stick. Tape does not stick to extender as it's drying here. So it's a little wet right in there. But I want to sit that bear up there. So we may have to put a photo of him up there. Let's see. We'll wait that to dry there just a minute, and we'll get that. Let me soften this out one more time here. Boom. I just love that. Now you can see the mountain is coming back just a little bit, and that will happen, and then we glaze it back into position. You don't want to do it all at one time. Does that make sense? Well, while we're waiting for that to dry, let me just add a little bit more of the colors that I want to do here into this. And we'll bring back my other palette. Let's just take a paper towel, set this over this, so these two don't stick together here. There we go. Center that up. And so I want to fix some of this. And I'm going to head over towards the blues just a little bit more. Open medium. This is my my number 10 fusion flat. Use a fusion flat or a filbert here. I'm going to go over to the violet. So this is the same palette that I was using 5 days ago here. And I'm going to, and I'll be looking right up into here. because I'm gonna change this, and I added a little more violets back up in here, but I'm gonna change some of this mountain around here. And now I don't, because I'm going to glaze this again. I showed you this that one side. I'm going to glaze it again. I just have to come close with some of the colors that I see in there right now. I don't have to be perfect. So I'm modeling this up so I can get some different looks in here. And I want to come over here, and I've got this too much 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to, even come up here, even where I had just put the mist on, I'll do it again. But I'm going to add some verticals here, right up in here, to that mountain to start changing its directions. And I do want to keep, like I said before, a little bit warmer than what my photo shows of this. So here's some nice verticals coming down than what my photo shows of this, because I want to bring this mountain and the bear, my subject, together a little bit. And I'll bring these together just a bit more. Do them like that. Here. And a little bit of the darks onto the shadow side there. That's my main problem that I've fought as an artist all my life, is my left brain. I'll make things very much the same throughout the painting, line them up like little soldiers. That's what I tend to do. So we'll put a bit of this and break up, using this brush here, break up some of the look that just keeps it all the same here. So I'll do that. So this is what I'm going to do, and you don't need to watch me do this all, but I will do this throughout my mountain this afternoon and break up some of those elements, adding a little bit more of the violets, a little bit cooler color into here. And, I'll go through my mist. I won't avoid it because I'll mist this again, but I can just lightly tap it, add some of those smaller little marks that break up some of this a touch more here, that I want to do here, and stuff like so. See, that gets that a little bit more interest, a little bit more difference. We'll pull down some of this, bring these together. I think no matter what my photo shows, I just want to make a different look to the mountain here. Maybe a bit here, out to here. So we'll still, we still have some of that mist, but we can get some variations, some differences into it. Here, smaller little marks. Don't go too dark. Now we have our bear on. That's the darkest of our bear. He is going to control a lot of what we do now in this painting. We'll get some verticals in there to help those verticals. That breaks up those two areas a little bit more. I'm going to take some violet and some of my white here. So I like that. And I want to widen out something right in here a bit more. Make it look different. So the snow is coming a little bit different on this one. So I have my photo. I don't always follow my photo. So I have my photo for the references and stuff of it. But so we had it a little violet to the blue side and then the yellow warmer side. Let's get a little bit of medium white with this for the warmer side here. Create that little valley there, and I'll paint back and forth, like maybe I'll reduce that down here just a bit. So now, see what you do basically, and this is important, what you do basically is when we start the painting with a block in, we look at the big picture. And now I'm starting to get smaller and smaller into these little ridge lines and stuff like that, and adding some difference, adding some, vertical drops and some other little touches that will give a more character to the mountain. And of course, we got to remember the mountain's further back, so we don't want to give it too much character, but we do want some of this character running in there. So we got the light side. So here I'll imagine this right here, and we'll put some marks in there for that shadow side, right? Maybe a little touch here of some light that hits right up on like a little ridge line there. So there it's going up. So see the little touches, like little there, little bits, you start answering the questions of little marks and stuff like that, and that are happening around here. And there we go. And right into here. So I'll be doing this a lot as I refine the mountain. I'm going to refine the mountain up and do some of those a bit more. Some of this where I have that straight line, I'll take it up maybe a little higher, a little bit of that bluish. So you could go bluish to the violets here onto this side here. Drag it up, use the point of your brush to give a few more little ridge marks or something like that in there. As you add some of that, and like I showed you before, sometimes I'll use this brush very flat. You could use the palette knife, the painting knife, to get some of those little ridge lines. All kinds of ways you can do that. Now, we eliminated some of this when I put these whites on and stuff down here, so I want to come back and add a little more whites. I'm going to use some open medium here. A little more white, maybe a touch of medium white in here, because I'm going to be looking at the light plane of it here. And I'm going to reset a bit more of that light. And boy, it slides this time on that sealer really easy. So some of you that fight a tooth of a surface that drags a little bit too much for you, give it a coat of sealer, man. It will slide forever for you on that, like that. And so I'll put a bit more of that light snow coming right in here. And then we're going to add, because we left out some of those rocky little things in there, and we want to add that. But I want this, I want this a little smoother of a flow here, and you can get a little more pockmarked or jagged as it gets up near those rocks right in there. So you can see how that's just softened out that whole mountain, shoving it back, right? And that's the ticket, for some of you that want to paint really beautiful mountains, getting that atmosphere in there is fantastic. Now, let's come back. Let's look at that one up there. More of our grayish tones, so our blue and burnt siennas here. Some of our grayish tones here that we have. And let's just use our brush here like this first. And see, what I want to do is, I've left out a lot of this, which I think instead of having just a white background there, that just adds a lot. Now, we have to be careful not to add too much, so I want to just add some of this, breaking it up a bit, dragging it along, breaking it up. Your knife works great on this as well. And then I'll build the snow back up in between some of this. But like right off of this plane that's coming down through here, we'll have some of that. Break that up a bit. Just tap and pull and break. And you can slide it a bit to soften some of that out. But it'll give a... And some open medium. I use the open medium to help keep some of this thicker. So some of this will be this little rock pile that we're going to build right up in here. But I want to break up some of this. So that one comes down right through there like that. right in there, and maybe some of that right up in here. Snow and it coming together. And usually at the mountain you get a pretty harsh line. Sometimes I like that nice thin draggy, but you usually get a pretty harsh line. You can put in a few verticals there, which would be nice. A few verticals to show them standing up against the snow here. And they'll level out a touch as they come further down the mountain there. They'll level out just a touch, and like I said, you can grab your knife to do some of this as well, which does a great job putting in some of that roughness to it, because the knife doesn't have the soft bristles and stuff, so it'll leave it a little bit rougher. Let's get some open medium in this. Don't mix it too much. And we want some of that roughness there. And we can soften some of that with the snow, but that will create a little bit more. I love some of this slope that comes down like this. It's in that photo right in here. The slope comes down. So it creates like a little point there, and then we're going to create a slope down. So at first when I put it in, I was just getting the slopes and all of that stuff in. Now we're adding some of the other little details to it here. And starting some of and everything a little different. Now, a lot of artists will come in here with just a small little brush and do it. But I love the power, I love the power of the knife and the freedom of the knife and the brush when I'm putting some of this stuff together. And I just think it adds so much more to the painting than sitting there and dabbling around in a small brush. Not that that isn't fun, but, and you can get a lot of really beautiful, almost super realism to it. But I like the idea of it being painted. That's me, I'm a little bit different that way. So I'll push that in like that, and I like that here. Here we go. So we put that in. Now I'm going to come back here with some good snow, a little grayed, but some snow, open medium, white here. And push this up and into some of that. Grab sometimes a little different angle so it looks like you're creating different types of ridge lines and stuff like that on the mountain. Here, maybe tap a bit here, right like that. And how much you're going to do on this is all up to you. Let's put a little heavier, little lighter snow right up here, right up in there, and right up through here, a little flatter as it's coming down this ridge line here. Matter of fact, let's just take some of that light stuff right in there and just slide that in. I love the knife painting. Slide some of that in there, and we'll maybe add a little pile more snow. We're going to paint rocks in here, so we'll let it get a little more detail back up here. So we'll let some of these get rocks and snow back here, right up there like that. And it's going to help bring it a little farther forward. I do want to preserve some of that slope here. But as I step this away from that atmosphere, this whole area here will really come forward. And the atmosphere, of course, will go back. So that whole area there will really come forward. I like on that on the photo sample there, let's go just a touch of blue into that larger area of light snow, just kind of hitting this whole area here. And it'll come right back. We'll cover some of this up with trees. So we'll just fade it off over here so we can cover it with trees later. Here. Here we go. Just some kind of idea of it. And you can come, you can come in, which is what I'll do is, and I don't know if I'll take all the time for you to get bored by watching me do this, but I will add smaller little touches in between as I come forward here, because I'm going to build up some rocks and some shapes and little areas that this snow is going to move along in here as it's coming, changed its slope directions. You'll see, I'll show you some things along the way, but you just want to break up and add some differences in here. And this is where you really got to look at it, when you step back to it. So you look back at there. That's why I like that camera, because that one's sitting, like I said, at 8 feet. That's what the painting looks like at 8 feet. So you shouldn't see all of the definition and stuff at 8 feet. But I do want to add some of the cooler blue and violet here. I'm going to have to get some more white too here. The cooler touches of the snow here to the shadow sides that we will see. So you imagine where the light's hitting it, where that shadow side of that snow is. So we've got to have some of that here. Creating those different kinds of ridge lines. Those shadows are so important because they help support the ridge lines and the broken edges and stuff of where that snow is, So yeah, it's there. The shadow colors, the blue violets, and the warmer kind of yellowish orange, that a lot of the artists use to say that snow and stuff is really important. So yeah, well, just little marks here, some of the rocks and stuff going on. That's fun. So now I think before I, because I'll be doing it again, I'll be several times, I'll be glazing back and adding to this mountain. But I want to get this dry. I might even go get a different tape than that blue tape that I know sticks. I'll dry that real quick, and I'll come back, and we're going to work on the bear, okay? Put him into place. Then we'll be able to paint some of our trees, other foregrounds, refine some of the stuff that's going on in here, okay? So give me just a second. I'll be right back. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, so that's all nice and dry. And I'm able to put the blue tape back on it again. If you have any kind of that extender residue, sometimes it just will not allow anything to stick to it. So you got to go dry it. But you can see like the clouds softened up and that blue tinting softened in a little bit. But boy, did that shove that back. Look at the difference now between the mountain and the bear. The bear is really starting to come forward here again. Now, so I got the photo up here, and I want to walk through the colors, the technique. We're going to paint this. We're going to paint him alla prima. We're going to use a halftone technique on him. You've seen me do this on other animals, animal portraits, stuff. So that's how I want to approach him. But we got to do what we call a color Rorschach test. You got to go through and you got to get these colors into your mind, and then say to it, okay, I want him to be these colors. And so, I love this kind of violety color. I want to shift it just a little more blue. So on him, he'll carry some of the colors that we're going to find up here in the mountain. That will give you a harmony that will make these two go together. But he's going to carry more contrast. So while I was waiting for that to dry and getting it dry, I went through to find a couple of the colors, and this is what I do. So you see over here on my palette, you see the color I made. This is the final color. It's a little bit darker, but you can see how I started right out here to try to find. I was going to find, if you look up close, you got a warm color and you got a lighter, cooler color up over here on him. And so I found the warmer color here, and we could have just a tiny bit of burnt sienna in there, which I think I will. But that's just the medium white and the medium beige 1-to-1. And then that does not work when you hold that over here. It works when it's over here up into that corner, but it doesn't work when it's over here. Maybe some back up in there and those warmer tones there. But in here it's cooler. And so down when I got here, I added a little bit of red violet, a tiny bit of blue, and then added a bit of white to it. And that took me, this is just a touch darker. We could get a little bit more white in there, but you can see the difference. And so now when you get those colors, so we're going to have a cool side to him right here, right? This very cool side, and then we'll have that warmer side. We'll know pretty much what's going to go into that. So sometimes I'll mix it up. I'll put it here on my palette, and because the way in which I paint, I won't just pre-mix up a whole bunch of color, because then he becomes too sterile. But that gives me a good idea of the cool side of him. And then up over here to the warm side, this will be some of his warm colors. Maybe we set a touch of that burnt sienna in there, and that should give a nice warmth. Yeah, and that's going to be a much better color in there on him. Now, and then we want to get some of these bluish kind of mountain tones in here on this side of him. So I'm going to make him overall a little bit warmer than what you see in the photo. I'm going to change some of those colors. I'm going to come close to him, but I want some of those colors of that mountain to go into him so he doesn't just look like he's stuck on. So if you look on it right now, he looks kind of like he's stuck on, and that's that contrast that's there. And then when you start carrying colors from your background or other objects around it into him just a little bit, they will harmonize together and they will go together better, okay? So we got to do that. So I'm going to start up here right in the area I love to paint, which is up around their face. I went and got myself a new number 2 little Fusion filbert. This is my favorite when I paint small stuff like this. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to mix up, model up. I'm going to start with my lights. And this is how I love to do it. I'm going to take a little bit of my red violet. So I know that color is my target, but I'm not going to copy it exactly, right? And some white out over here. And we're going to come into that target right in here. So when you look at it, you can see I'm just a little bit blue of it, just a little bit. And that's not bad. Sometimes I just leave that as a target that's close to it. But that's pretty good right in there. So, and what I'm going to do, paint this alla prima, is I'm going to come in here and I'll push that mark of what I see in there. Now that's got to go a little lighter. So I'll make the mark. I can see it needs to go a little lighter. I'll pick up a little bit of light onto that here as well. And I'll hit that light. And we're going to work very small little touches of color. So, and I want maybe a bit of paint with that, ridge almost, because that is going to give us some structure to him as well. So that's going to come in. So I know that that's going to be some of my light. I see some, whoops, grabbed that wrong one. We're going to see some of that light back right up in here. So many times I start with shadow. We already have him kind of blocked in, so I can come back in now and start my light, refining my light and shadow. Remember what I said already is that, we block him in and then our eye starts to focus down in on the smaller, littler tones. So as I come out of this light area, I'm going to put just one more little dose of light, maybe even touch just a tiny bit of this warmth. So I change that color just a bit here. Not only is it light, but it could get warm. I'm a firm believer if you start getting a lot of light. You need to get a little bit of warmth. Oh, and I don't know if you can see that, but that little bit of warmth right there is quite nice. Let's slide over here. We have this one here. Let's slide over to that little bit of burnt sienna here. Let's drop some of this down here over onto this side because that's that color there, right? A little bit, vary that burnt sienna, vary that medium beige, vary it in your coloring here. And I'll put in small little marks like this, but like I'm painting a bird, they're contour following. Do you know what I mean by that? They're contour. So you can see his marks of his hair. See, these come in this way. These come in this way. They have a big, broad face and very small eyes. So, you know, we'll keep that in mind as we do this. I'll pick up a little bit of blue over here. Let's just put some of that with some open medium here. And we'll take this. Nice little shadow. Cools it down just a bit. Here. We'll drop in some of that little shadow tone in there, right? We'll put some more light in there. Get a bit more of this burnt sienna in here. And this is the technique. How I'm doing this, I'll show you up on his head. It won't take all the time to go through all his body, but this is what I'll do when I go to paint all his body. A lot of these smaller little marks. Let's take some burnt sienna, a little blue, a little violet. This makes the darker, a little more blue here. This makes some of that real dark color that we see that will drop back down here into his ear. A little mark of it right here coming up. And see, this, I use the tip of this brush and drag it through, and I'm going to get the look of little hairs and stuff there. Let's put a bit of it in here. I just love doing that, little touches. Okay, let's drop in a little bit cooler, some blue into this right here. We could even come over here and grab a touch of our violet right in here so we know we're getting it slightly cooler here. As we paint down some of the marks that we'll see, that's that color that's right there. And you don't have to be precise. You just have to get close. And you got to constantly re-relate him to your mountain, because that's our ultimate goal, is our mountain. And I'll just take some small marks of these colors as well as I add him in there, right? Let's get that medium tone, a little burnt sienna in it right around his eye here. I really want to, and there's just a little tiny bit of it as a glow right here. Use small marks and little touches and just little bits. A little mark is going to make a lot of difference on him. Right, let's grab just a bit of this. We'll add a small bit of that coming around. Little mark. See, you just make the little marks that you see here. This little, what we call, the technical term for this is what we're putting in, is we're putting in what we call passages of color. Color passages. And so I'm looking for a passage of color here where the light color is going to relate to it. The shadow color is going to come in here, right up onto this side, maybe a little. Let's take I'm going to add some extender. I always like to add extender to shadow colors. And I'm looking at that deeper shadow that's right there. And that's just a little bit red. I like that slightly bluer right there. So let's add just a touch of blue to that. And we'll push some of that through. And even if you're off a little, go ahead and put it on. and then redress it, pick it up again and add it again, and you'll get more interest. Does that make sense? Each time you do that. So I'm going to take some of this color. I'll look for other areas, like right down below. So there's his eye socket coming down his jawline, right down to his muzzle. We'll get that shadow color that's right there. Get that a little darker right there. And a little mark of it right there. Right? So, and I'll repeat these marks several times. Let's put a little shot of softness of that right there. Okay. And there's just a touch of it here, so his muzzle comes this way. And we'll put just a touch of that. And you'll end up doing these things several times. Just, like I want to add that deeper bit of that shadow right in there, on him. And so as, we started out first just looking for light and dark, right? That's what we looked for. And then we start looking for some of the anatomy as we put on these other colors. And you'll have to restate them sometimes, several times, guys, and as you build it. And, so I may put on one and I turn around and that one that I put on, may wipe out another tone that I put on, and I have to go back and do it again. Let's just thin up here and put that side plane in on his muzzle. And I'll look for, where do you see those little shadows? And I want to bring this muzzle up pretty quickly here, because that's a main part of him, and I want to get that in. Let's put some light warm right up here on the edge of his ear, so that comes around, so we'll see that. There's a bit more of that right up over here on that, coming about this nice warm across the top of his head here. I'll drop that in and just pull some strokes here to start incorporating that and giving a little look of the fur. But let's shadow that a couple times here. So we shadow down once, and then we'll shadow down a second time, and that's what gives so much interest to some of that we have there. I'm going to touch in a little more light. Put that right across there. And generally I try to stroke with the marks, but sometimes I'll go ahead and put the contour of his head in and then just pull that in. And then as I start to refine, you'll see all these smaller little marks. That's what I'll start to look at, is some of the smaller little bits of it. And that's why I love this number 2 filbert, because I can just rise up here onto the tip of the brush and start adding some of those other marks in there that start to give his face his character. Let's get that warmer yellow and just a bit of this cooler color here. And if it starts to tighten up, you can add water to it, but it's still wet enough that I can just reach over, grab a little extender here and just loosen it up. If it starts to dry up, just mix in a little extender to what you're doing. Let's get just a bit of blue into that. And we'll slide it right over here to start to warm that, so it goes from a kind of a nice gray color here on him. And we'll do it as a couple of lights. So we'll do it first as a lower halftone light here. Maybe down, just let it diminish down this side here a bit. Right in there like that. And then we'll pick up some more white, warm it slightly down over here. And we'll give that warmer light up over this side, which hits that side of his nose. And I'm going to leave this really rough I'm not going to blend this out smooth at all. I want color marks because that's where the interest is going to, I mean, that's a beautiful mark, but it's going the wrong direction. Here, it's got to go that way. So, and I may end up doing that a couple times, but you can see the modeling that happens in there, and that's what I'm looking for. Now, some of this warm, let's take over to this side. It's a little light, but we got to go up to this. So I'm going to put this on. See, so I can overlight it. In other words, I've added too much light there. Let's get this part of his eye socket, the upper part, right in there. Right, so that's too much light. But then what I'll do is, you know, down over here was my shadow. This was my halftone. I'll just pick up a halftone here and soften against the edge of that. And I think it needs to have just a slightly lighter mark, but not as light as that light right in there. And then let's slide in just a bit of shadow back in there. So we'll clean up some of his architecture there. So I'm going to take some medium beige, some burnt sienna, a little bit of blue. I love the color mix. I'm going to add some extender over here. A little bit more blue. I love the color mix, and I've got so many colors on here. I just have to get close. I'm going to restate. Remember, I put this on a few minutes ago, and I've kind of lost it, so I'm going to restate that. Change the tone, maybe a tiny bit of burnt sienna. And all these tiny marks that you're making now, guys, are really, really important for the beauty or the character of your subject. So maybe a little touch of that warmth. And this is what separates the professional artist from the hobby artist, is that the professional artist will take the time necessary to go through and make a lot of these little marks, because that's what's, see how his character is starting to come up? I'll reach over, I'll let that dry a second. We'll reach over here to the other side. We'll grab some of that with some of this violet over here. Let's see how close we are. Could have just a tiniest bit more violet in it. And we'll push some of this in here. It's going to go darker up over there, so, but we got a little bit of that in. And I absolutely love this part of the painting. Going through, analyzing the colors, finding the colors that it is, you know, that's going to make him. Let's get some of this dark and get this back into this eye socket. I want to get his eyes a little closer to finished here. Not exactly finished. Let's get some of that dark, but a little closer. Little bit of violet into that here. And this is the whole thing. This is why, you know, I learned how to do all of this when I was emulating for so many years the Dutch and the Dutch painters, and how they would, you know, do these super ultra realistic paintings, florals, that, you know, sometimes they took over a year getting all of that. And I learned to slow down and realize it takes some time. Let's get some of this dark right up here. And we'll use just the tip of this little brush to kind of give him some of his eye. Might as well get this one back out just a touch rounder. I don't like that one of his is squinted a little bit, so I'll just bring it back up. But you can see those colors starting to come up here. And just getting these marks here. That's going to be good. But I want to get some more paint in there as well. Let's get some of this dark right up underneath his nose. He'll get slightly grayer, so I'll just pick up some light over here. Slightly grayer right up here on the tip of it. Could have a bit more blue. And I took that out too much, and I'll just go put it back. See? I'll just go back and put it back. And you know, those of you that, you know, paint flowers and stuff with me, you know, with a floral, I'll go back and forth several times when I get it. And you know, the thing is about, you know, a lot of beginners and a lot of intermediate, you know, hobby painters and stuff. Once you get something really like, you're afraid to go in there and touch it. And I don't have that fear. I did it once, I can turn around and do it again. So if I hit something, it's okay. I know I can go in and fix it. Does that make sense? And so the ultimate is to get in there and get interest into your painting. And that's ultimately what we're trying to do. Let me steady up here. There we go. Yeah, let's just get, it's a little dark, but I'm going to go ahead and add that anyway. And we'll get a little bluish into some violet colors and stuff in there. For that, let's get that softer dark, just a bit of the right in here for the tip of his mouth right there. That'll be good. And a little light up here. Just breaking that plane a bit, and so I don't have like a dark dot. I'm just breaking that plane, a few little marks. That'll keep the interest in there. And right up here. But like I said, I'll work this several times as I put some of these colors in. Let's get that rounding of that down here by his nose. So this comes down and then kind of swoops around a little bit. Let's get that around. That's a little big. Still, his nose is a little big. There. And we'll take some of that warmer light. Get some of that down there, like that. That's better. He has the tiniest bit, which you have to look real close, but he's got the tiniest bit of light showing up on the other side there. Now, this is a small bear, but I'm putting in a lot of detail in it. But I want him, he's big enough for me to do. I'm not uncomfortable with what I'm painting here. So, and I think this would add so much to him, and I want to get it in there. So in the lights, I'm going with the medium beige and the warm white, and then, medium beige and the medium white, and then a touch of burnt sienna, and then we'll lighten from there. And so we'll get some of that light here, down like that. See, I want this. Yeah, that looks pretty good. He could have a heavier color here on the ridge line coming up here into his nose. And so, see, it's like I told you in so many other videos, I will paint it too big, and then I will paint it down into place where it needs to be. That's how I love to do it. There. And I look for the structures of his face. So he's got this line that comes down here that I don't have. There's a few others too, and we'll slowly address those. Let me get this little bit of shadow cutting across that eye there just a bit. That's good. A few more little shadows. So then what I'll do is see, and that's a little warmer right there. So let's just go ahead and add a little reflected warmth there. Like that. And then we'll back here, right up through here. Smaller little marks of those lights up through there. Let's get that more powerful light right up above that eye again. There's a couple marks of it. And you know, the acrylic's dry a little bit, about 10%, about one value darker. So that's why sometimes you got to go through them a couple times to get the exact color. And can't forget to add a little extender every once in a while so this stays nice over here, workable. Let's get that shadow here, which will flatten out the front part of him. Here, just a bit. Right there. There we go. And now let's increase that shadow back out here again. Back and forth, right? Till we finally get him closer and closer to the shape we want. There. And sometimes, you know, you'll get, let's say, bogged down in too much detail. It's a good way to say it. You're bogged down in too much detail. And that's when I go back, grab a different brush, larger brush, and go back and work into his body again. And then I'll come back into his head and stuff again after I put some more onto his body, because that gives you a better chance of, you know, of seeing him just a little bit more. Color affects color, right? And all of us artists, you know, we get sometimes we get and you know, we get bogged down by all of this stuff. So it's good to have you know, go work on something else for a little while. That'll straighten up his nose a bit. But I could have, I think you can see that as that's drying down there, I could have a bit more light in there. Right up in here, just following that line through. And that light detail is so important there. Yeah. And we're going to break it up a bit too, because yeah, that's got to go up that eye just a bit there, like that. Let's add a few more little marks of light right out here on this side. A few more little marks. I'll probably have to do the ground and come back and hit some of this light again, because the ground will take some of that out when I put the ground in there. Let's get just a softer little brown in there. That's nice. And in doing so, I took out that extra little shadow. So add that back in there. That's nice. So just like that. So you can see I'm going to work this, and you know, I'll touch those eyes, and as you work around you'll see something like, oh well, maybe I did that and I got to turn around and do this other thing. Now he feels a little narrow in here. That means I've got to get some of the width back out to his face. I can do that, and I'll look for the lines that are going to help me do that, which are, some of them are right out here. These are the lines that are going to give width to his head right out here. So I'll make sure I get those in. Let's drop that in here a bit. There, that's good. And some of this right across the top here. And a little bit more of that violet color. Get a little extender, starting to dry up a bit. A little bit of that. And lighten that up a bit. Here. That's getting good on him. I love you know, when I'm looking at him there, the small, like little light hits. I call these the sparks of light. So I want to get a few sparks up into some of this as well. Here, so it's coming on him. Just little marks. A little bit here. So that's starting to widen up his face a little bit, but we need to get some lower, not quite a shadow, but some of that right up in here to get the width back to his face. And I like that color I just put on, and so I want to use it kind of sparingly, though. Once you like something, you don't want to get too much of it, which is the tendency we have. We like it, we keep adding it, and then everything will go flat, so we got to be careful. There we go. Yeah, and a little warmer. Let's hit that light again right here. Widen out that muzzle nose just a little bit. Here. That's it. So this will give you a good idea. And so so you can see the detail that I work on him, and I don't want to spend all of your time watching me do all of this detail, but I'm going to do a lot of it on him because he's, you know, an important part of my painting, I've decided. And I really like him, so I will be doing quite a bit of that. But I'm going to follow this same technique of just blocking in and hitting. You can see, hit the mark a little bit. Here's a different color right here. Just kind of push that in. And you get these soft transitions. So I can even take just this soft light that I had here, come right back in here and just make a few marks. And leave the brush marks, because that gives him his fur, if that makes sense, right? That gives him his fur. And right in between that and that shadow, there's a little halftone, a little burnt sienna almost halftone here. And you can just use, this is why I like the soft filbert. You can use just a little bit of the tip to soften that. And it'll start to look blended, but you don't want to get it too blended, guys, because you want some of that, we want that alla prima beauty that's going to come in here from some of these marks. Just leave some of them like that. And I'll leave this right up here like that. Some of these marks here, that is going to give him that beautiful character. So this has a little bit of that gray. Let's pull down just a touch right there onto his nose. And I'll redefine that mark right here for the third time. There. And this one down here, which got eliminated again. Let's get a little darker. So you can see again and again and again, right? That's kind of neat right there. And then we'll do this same type of thing here out into his body. Now, I'm going to want, then I'll start looking even smaller, like around the edges of these eyes. I like a little character, some of those lights. I'm not going to go add catch lights or anything like that, but I want those smaller marks. Some of these smaller, almost shine marks here on his nose. Just a touch of those. That's got a little too light. So I get the opportunity to take some of that out. There, like that. But that's what I'm going to work on. And so I'm just going to take my big brush and come back in and pound some of these others. So I'll leave this. I'm not done with his face. I'll be doing this again. But I'll just put some extender in that, and that'll stay out here to the side. I think I'm going to use, this is a number 6 filbert. And I do like the filberts because it allows me to, get quite a different stroke on it. A point of it or slightly different kind of mark onto it. I'm going to take some burnt sienna and some blue. I'll just show you a little bit of this, how I'm going to do it. And then the rest of it, you can take off with. But I'll put a little extender with that. Let's answer that darker question that's right there. Boom. Right in there. Restate a bit. Don't cover up everything you've done before. We're going to build that. So I'll put a little bit of that in there. Let's go up halftone wise. It's got the halftone comes in. We go a little bit lighter, and it's appearing slightly more violet. So we'll put in just a little bit more violet into that. Yeah, a little bit more bluish than what I had there. A little bit white. Let's see where this is on it, because we want to get that color back in there as well. And that's right up in there. Yep, that's it. So I'll put some of that in. Maybe a few little marks of that, just like this. Just the tip of that brush down there like that, right? I'll go backwards to a halftone. A little bit more grayed color. And tap that in, because that softens that up against the light. Sometimes I just use my finger to push in there, and that will create that halftone as well. So you can see that. And let's get a bit more of the dark blue, violet, a little bit of burnt sienna. Hit that mark, that dark that's right in there. I want to keep that real dark cool showing up sometimes in there. Right? That's really pushes his face forward. A little bit more blue here. That's the cast shadow coming down his side here. And right up in there. And then as I come around, before I finish this, let me just wipe my brush. I'm not going to clean my brush. I'm just going to wipe it. I'm going to come back in here with some white and some of this warm color and really establish a light up in here. Some of you probably just grabbing your breath right now was going, wow, that's really light. It is. It'll dry down a bit. And I'll soften some of this down here with a little more medium white and beige. Then I'm going to come over to the side. So I do a halftone. I go a little bit darker. And I want a little grayness to it. My favorite gray is burnt sienna and blue. Or if I'm painting an elk and stuff, it's burnt sienna and green. And we've got this little warmer side. We're going to come right up over here. We'll get some violet into it. But we'll paint into that. Let that just kind of model around there. See how that starts to darken down a bit? Right? And we'll take some of this softer halftone light. Not quite as light. Right up here. So this is how I do it. So I do that now. So I put that on, and I've got my shadow and then into my light. So I look for a halftone. Now, this is kind of violet. So I'm going to take some... I'm going to come close with this time with some medium beige, a little bit of violet and blue here, and maybe just a touch of that medium white. Let's see how close we come in here. It's a little light, but it's very close. So let's grab a little more medium beige, maybe even just a touch of that burnt sienna. Just close. Let's grab a bit of this dark. Just get some of that in there. A little more blue. Let's just grab some more of that blue. So you see I'm just working a little bit of those tones here. Model those together, right? And then we'll add the fur with smaller little strokes. There's more of a burnt sienna spot right up there. So we can just come in, and we had put that on earlier here. So we'll bring that back out. Let's let's take some contour shadow here. Color, a little more blue into it. And soften that in. Get a little more blue into that. Get some of this darker shadow in there. So you can see he's getting closer and closer, right? I'm just slowly finding those colors and adding some of that interest in here. There. And a bit of that gray that comes from that burnt sienna and blue, which is one of my favorites. It's had a little extender to it here. Leave that a little bit mottled. Bit of that. We got to get that light back up in here too. Let's grab some of that. Tap some of that through around that ear. Small little marks. Now we'll pick up some of that shadow, maybe a bit of the burnt sienna in it. Smaller little marks. Then you go through and do it again, see? We could have a touch more of that light right there. Touch more of that light. And then we'll go drop down to the halftone so I can soften it. Pull through it. Restate that light sometimes. Took too much of it out, so I just restate it. There's a bit of a grayed shadow. Small, I'm just using the tip of the brush, so I start getting marks, these brush marks that follow the contour, and that's what starts making it look like fur, okay? Now, some artists will just bypass the whole look of fur and just block in the tones, and there's something to be said about that. That works as well. So that's pretty good there. But, you know, I need some refinement down in through here. You know, we can pull some of that light and pull a few strokes of it down. And again, even some open medium. Open medium will give you better look to the fur because it's thicker. That makes sense. So it gives you more streaks like that. And then this comes in, a couple of marks coming in like that. So I'll leave some of those streaks like that. And that's how we're going to build him. And so so you can see that, and I'm just going to continue, for probably a good 15 minutes or so here, and just work back and forth, building these tones back and forth. It's almost like cookbooking them in and then adding that halftone. So if you've identified a light, you've identified a dark, a halftone's halfway in between. Sometimes if they're too far apart, you do a halftone, then a halftone, and a halftone. We call that next halftone a transitional halftone. But that's how you do that, okay? So, and I can see I can add more lights back in as that's dark, drying back up into the front of my bear. So I'm going to do that, and it's just going to follow along with this, and then I'll see you guys here on the other side. We'll come back. You can see what he gets blocked in at. Just repeat it, repeat it, repeat it. Okay? All right. See you in a minute. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, so I got that. I got it where I pretty much like him. I started getting just a little bit too hairy, so then I put in some other kind of major colors in here. But his coloring, you know, is a little bit different here. Not quite as violet, but it matches, I think, pretty well up in here to the mountains. And I haven't put on the next atmosphere back through here, and he already looks like, and the good thing is to step back and I can look at that monitor, and he looks like he's walking right out, so I can develop some nice foreground and stuff in here, and he'll be walking right out. Matter of fact, let's do some of that next. We have trees to add in here. We still have a little bit more of the cloud and all that stuff to put in, but we've got trees. We have some rocks back here. I want to put in maybe some snow back up over here. And let's just get into that. But I did most of him with the number 6 filbert. It's a fantastic stuff, and you just leave little rough areas there, little marks, and that's what makes him. There's no blending in him whatsoever. Okay, so let's take a 3/4 inch brush here, and let's start adding some snow right back through here. And we want to get some of this cooler snow, so we want to take some blue and some violet here, and we might tone it down with a bit of our browns, and then some white here, and we'll keep this on the cooler side, more of a purpley color here, and see what it looks like. A little extender here, blues and the violets, yeah. And I'm down about a value 7 to a 6 here. Let's see what this is going to look like. Yeah, see, so I want the sun coming into here, so if we put some trees up through here, this will probably, you know, we can make some snow. You know how snow settles into the shadows and stuff, so we can make some snow. I would like maybe, you know, some of it comes out, you know, into, we can put a little bit here, but this would be the light side, so we can put a little bit, but I just want to have an idea of a couple snowbanks, I think, as he's walking out. Pulling those colors and stuff forward here, I think, would be nice. But down here by the front, we can get, now, I'm going to use white and some medium white, and of course, they add a little bit of an orangey kind of color to warm those up. So maybe a little Diarylide Yellow, tiny bit of the Naphthol Red Light. So you can see warm and cool on the snow here, and maybe some touches of some of that warmth, because he will pop up that. So maybe we'll have a real quick light to dark here. Some of this coming in and out of the shadow here, edge, and then we'll pick that right up with the dirt, maybe a mark or two, just light and shadow. Over here would be light here. Might be too light, but you know, we'll get into it. I'm going to do everything in here very rough, and then I'll modify it, okay? Very rough, and then we'll modify it from there. So we'll have this, and boy, that just makes him pop forward, some of those colors right there. Now we'll get into the kind of browns, gray browns here into the front. Let's take some extender, just add some of our beige into this here, and we'll work some of that. I don't want to cover up everything I did before. I gave just a quick little impression of his claws. In the photo, he's got these massive claws, so I just gave a quick impression of them. We'll probably do a little bit more refining of it and stuff, but we'll just put some of these colors on here. Dirt colors here, little burnt sienna and blues. Get some of these darker dirt colors in here as well. And we'll put some grasses beginning to come up and stuff, so we'll have a lot going on. But I think, and I started out, you know, when I don't know exactly, I have an idea, but I don't know exactly where we're going to go with this. You know, as evidence of, I've changed this bear a couple times, but I keep it rough. Keep the marks rough. Try not to overwork them too much. Let's take just a bit of this light warmth and browns and stuff coming together right back through there. That'll be pretty nice. Some warmer, little bit of the snow color. See, here will help pop him forward. Will really give you a lot of depth because it pops him forward. You get that light against that dark, and it shoves him forward. So we want to do those piles of rocks right in there. We have a big stump that we want to add in and stuff, so we want to do some of that. Let me go up before we add, let me get some shadow snow here again, some violets here. Before we add, you know, the trees, which is going to cover up that side up there, mostly cover it up. So that's why I didn't worry too much about it. But we'll put some softer snow here. Just some ideas of some of the softer. That's a little too much violet. Needs a touch more blue, I think, in there. Here. And make sure, you know, when you're brush mixing like this and you want that soft color, make sure you pound it on the palette a few times. A lot of times I tell you, model the color, don't over mix it. Well, if you're painting in the back, you don't want too many streaks because that actually brings it forward. So we'll soften it. Let's go a little bit warmer here. Maybe there's some of a light mountain right back here. Most of this is going to get covered up, so we're not going to spend a tremendous amount of time here. Just the ideas. Before I run out of time on my film, I've got 17 minutes left there. I want to try to get some of this in here. Some of this idea of this mountain. Burnt sienna, a little blue, a little beige here. And rough colors. Now, this we can model just a bit. Most of this is all going to be covered by the trees, so we just want to give the idea of that other mountain. And it's a little warm, so we'll just add a little more blue to that. Cool that off here. And there we go. Just give that idea right there. Maybe some cooler snow right up through here, coming down that side. Maybe a touch of the warm snow right down in that little ravine there. Just an idea. The lighter snow hits an edge right there. I think I'll just let those clouds just stay where they are. Good. So that'll give us some. Let's put a little more light snow, bringing the viewer forward right here, right up to that bear, leading right up to that bear. Then we'll put those rocks and other trees right back here, I think. I think that'll work. And I want to put those other clouds up here, you know, but I want to get that trees and stuff in here too as well. So let's get some more color. I tell you, let's get some more colors into where we need to go. Refine it in a little bit, making a plan here, and refine it in a little bit, and then I'll get it dry. We'll change out the cameras, and then we'll come back in and add some details and stuff. Okay, so let's get some of this. Whoa, just dropped my photo right into the paint. So let's get some of this up. And so this is be kind of referencing those other trees and stuff I have here. But I want to put in some warm colors and stuff like that back there. So I want some burnt siennas. I want some extender, some burnt siennas, some greens and some blues back in there. Maybe a touch of violets like we started with here. And we'll put some, we got a lot of horizontals this last time. We'll get some verticals in there. We'll bring some of this in and out of this snow here. I will take some of this up. This is going to be trees here. So we'll give some verticals here. And then these will be some smaller ones here. You can even do the dead trees, you know, like Carl Rungus loves to do, which is so true. You know, there's a lot of high mountain pines that, you know, all you see is the dead trees, the standing kind of white trunks and stuff up, and very true. Let's get a little more darkness in some of that. That'll be good. Color modeling. This is just modeling a color. Getting a little more paint in here, the shadows. This isn't forming the trees yet. This is the shadows and everything that's going on behind the trees. So I usually kind of get rough like this if I'm going to carry it down to some bushes or some smaller trees and stuff like that. You've seen me do that before. We're going to get a few bushes and stuff like that. But see how that creates the pathway there into the trees? That's kind of what I want. Let's come over here to this side, and we'll bring it a little farther forward here. And we'll take these trees up as well a little bit. Give me an idea here. And some darker color here. And then we're going to let these kind of go back so you get that linear perspective, so they'll go further back. Now, in the reference photo, you know, this is a secondary hill of trees here, so I might build those up. And so I'm just going to give the impressions here of some trees, ground line, just in case we don't fill up all the way. We'll give some impressions, just quick little impressions of trees. Back here on a back hill. Okay, let some of the sky holes come through. Like that, and then let's just take a little softer light, maybe there's a bit of snow and ground and stuff right in there. So we're just gonna kind of just see some of it through there. That's it. So we'll add more to that as if we see them, but just something simple back there, just to say, okay, there's some maybe some trees back there, just the edges of your brush, a little wider at the base, a little narrower at the top, blur them a bit so they get some of that atmospheric. And then we might add some more up here into the front. Well, we will add some more up here into the front. All up in here. Get some of those other colors. These trees will come through. So some of that's just all going to disappear. That's why we're doing it kind of quick. Right? And I like that. Now you can also, you know, some of this, just drag this through with the knife, which is really nice because it gives you a different look, a more casual look to it. But we're creating that pathway that he's kind of coming through up there. So then we'll have these rocks. So I'm going to I love to paint rocks with my flat, and I left a little color in this, so I'll clean it out real quick with some hand sanitizer. Clean up my brush here, clean that up a bit. Here we go. Give it a quick rinse. And I love the grays that come from the blue and burnt sienna. Just lovely grays. We'll keep these slightly on the blue side. And we'll put in some ideas. Light and shadow, that's where I started up. Different sizes. Start them light and shadow. Here, we're going to have some rocks and stuff that are going to appear up here. Right, we're a few of them around. I might put some back here. You know, you can hardly see those, but yeah, we'll add those more as we get farther forward. Now, light side. Light side's coming from the right. So let's just push in some light here. A lot of times I start the rocks out and stuff with shadows, but we'll see this and then we'll divide that up. Now, this is going to be a little too big for some of that painting that I want to do there on this. Now, let's get some more blue and burnt sienna. More of a blue. I like also some red sometimes with that blue, because that takes that really to a gray quickly, because they are truer complements. And now let's just come through and paint some shadows on those. I'm going to want some softer light colors as well, but softer mid-tones, half-tones. But so right now I'm just painting them for this little rock pile for light and shadow. And it's a little bit too aggressive for the bear right now. So we'll have to blur this a bit and see if we can get this in a little softer so it doesn't compete too much with the bear. We might even end up eliminating it, but we'll see. Might just put some softer colors back there. Let's go and let's actually maybe increase the size of the rocks a bit. That might do it as well. And because I like the idea of these rocks coming down, rolling down off the mountain, and having some of them right here is kind of a neat idea. Here. It'll take just a little bit of development, I always say, to figure out how we want to do them. There. Yeah, because that creates more of a nice path up through there. So let's develop them a little bit more, a little larger maybe. It's getting a bit small, so we'll create some large and some small ones. Different angles here. And so you see I paint them light and shadow several times, and then once I have the light and shadow done, that's where I can come in and add some halftones and some other pretty colors to give them more interest and stuff. Here. Drop in more of a shadow side there. I'm adding just a touch more burnt sienna, softening some of them out. These will be good rock colors up and through here as well. So we'll put some of these forward rocks, and then the whole thing will unify because you'll see those colors again. Does that make sense? So that's where you get your unification of your painting, by using some of those colors again. So there's some of those, and that one, and a few smaller little rocks coming through here. And so I put them on mainly like that, and then I shadow them. And you have lots and lots and lots of videos of me doing this with these rocks, but I'll show you some more. But my camera's flashing. I'm running out of out of tape. Actually, it's not tape. They're digital. It's the little chips that you film to. But when you're filming 4K for like what we film, they're huge. And it's saying right now 3 minutes. So I better shut up, change the tapes here for you, or change the disc for you and stuff. But this is what I'm going to do. Just come in, add shadows, add lights. We'll work through that. And then when I come back after I change this, I'll add some of the trees and stuff like that. But that's making him walk right forward, right out of the painting there. I like how he's walking out. Okay, I'll see you guys just 1 second. Okay, everyone, welcome back. It's been another day. I turned off the cameras yesterday morning, and then this massive storm came through and kind of skirted us a little bit, but we had up to 3-inch hail, so it was amazing. But anyway, so I'm back again. Okay, and so before I left, I misted my palette again, so you could see the misting water on there, and all the colors stay nice. So left it there. Now we're gonna work. I did, after I turned off the cameras, I did start to add a few of the little trees that you see around in here, and I added a down tree here, which I want to put some down trees in through here as well, just for added foreground interest. I did that on Slide Lake, and I really liked adding those down trees in Slide Lake. So I think I will do that. And I got quite a few of just from Adobe stock references of down trees just to look at. I've always loved this one. I've used it in other paintings, and it always reminds me that high mountain pines sometimes get real thin, and I tend to make them a little bit thicker, and I love this pine as well. So I printed off this pine, and it was actually in the opposite way, but I want to bring the light in from the right side, so make sure your shadow is casting to that side. So I think a tree like this, maybe up by the foreground, might be good or so. But find yourself some nice references that you can set out here, and we'll work on those as well. What I want to do is come back in, do that atmosphere again. So I'll take my big brush, and we'll put a light coat of extender. In fact, you could, for everything that we're going to do, you could put over the whole thing here. I just love this bear. And you can see how he'll jump forward here a bit when we put some extender on it. Extender will make the color. So I do a lot of this, in my paintings, especially commission pieces and stuff. And I will sit down and I'll put a coat of extender over the whole thing, because that makes it look like, how varnish always kind of wakes up your colors? Well, extender does exactly the same thing. It adds that reflected light, or refracting light through the painting, and so it kind of wakes it all up without having any varnish on it, and it's easy to paint on and add to it. So it's really kind of a nice thing to do. I sit down with a nice, here in the summertime now, nice cold drink, and look at it and see what it is that I need to do to add a little bit more to it. So we'll do that, and then I'm going to take, and I'll have just a little bit here, but I think it'll be all right. Here, let's take this and my 3/4 inch. I like my 3/4 inch flat for this. Let's work that cloud up there, and I just might put out some more white so I don't fight that, because I'm going to need some white, because I'm going to want some more snow. So I want that. And this was my atmospheric color and stuff here before. So let's go back to that. Let's take a tiny bit of our blue, some of our white here, and we added some violets to that. And we made this atmosphere. Don't want to cover that up too much. That's close. I don't want exactly the same color. I used to always try to make the same color. Sometimes I'd mix up so much of it, save it off to the side, what I used to do. Now that's gray just slightly, so a little bit of that medium white in there. And that's a pretty color. So I used to always just mix it up and get it exactly the same. And I don't do that anymore. I like the atmospheres and stuff to change a little bit. So let's just take this kind of light and push that back through there a bit, and right up in through here. So we'll push this back. Yeah, and you can see that atmosphere is just fantastic. Yeah, right in there. See how it just makes that go right around the corner there. Pretty nice. I'll keep that here. Now, if you get it too far forward, which is very easy to do, just take a damp rag or so and wipe it through. Water will cut right through it. But you can see that cloudiness that I want to have here. here, right like that. That sets right that back there. And I'm going to go right over some of those trees. I want those trees to go back. Get that, see how it sends those trees right to the back. Now, you can, you know, like I've showed you on some of the other videos, mountains, put that mountain mist back down in there, and that works really well. But I don't think I will here. I might put a little bit of this up over this, right up here, just to send that back. There we go. Now, and I like that. And let's bring this part forward just a touch. See, just wiping my brush, I mean my paper towel here, takes just a little bit of it off. If you put water on it, it'll cut it even faster. But I want a little softer right there. And you can see that happen. That atmosphere is just wonderful to put on. Just pushes that back behind. And look how he comes forward now compared to that. You could, if you want to push that back even a little bit more, you could, but I think that that's more than enough for him. Now, let's go back up to some of our medium white and our white, some open medium here. We'll put a bit of our atmosphere into here. Let's put a bit of our warmth of our cloud in, right in there. Let's take a bit of our blue, our atmosphere, and some bit of burnt sienna. We'll make that shadow. That's a little too warm. A little more blue. That's a little too much blue. Boy, I tell you, this morning, I'm a little heavy-handed with the colors. Let's get a little extender in that here. Boy, I tell you, that Phthalo Blue, and it's so fun. I've been painting with it for years. I used to use a lot of ultramarine blue, which is very weak, and Phthalo Blue is very powerful. So many people always comment on it. It's so powerful. Yeah, it is. It's a very, very powerful color. Let's put that in there just kind of softly here. You've seen me use this, do the knife and all that as well. But I just want to get a bit of that cloudy shadows through. I'll let some of that earlier violet come through. This just adds another little dimension to that cloud. That's what I'm looking for. Mostly I like the shadows. That's a little bit green, so I should go just a touch more violet with that here, and push in just a bit of that. That's pretty. Walk into that sky right there, and I'll see that nice violet coming right in there. Yeah, it's good. And then I'll come back. Let's walk into that sky with some softer light. Mid-ground, mid-value shadow. That's that color over there. Put a little bit over there. Carry it through your painting. Always carry those colors through your painting. Let's pick up a little more white here, right into some of our medium white. We'll build the front of that cloud up a bit more. Now, so we're going to want the front of this cloud, if this is going to come towards us, which we want to carry over that mountain, we want that cloud to really start to take form, take shape up here. So let's even go a bit with the knife. I love the roughness of the knife. The natural part of it makes it look more natural now. And I've got just a tiny bit of that dried paint on there, and if that will bother your knife getting it smooth, especially if we want to burnish. So I gotta just take that and scrape that off here. Let's get that off of there. Here. There we go. Clean up that knife. You want that knife really flat and shiny here so that we can slide it really easily here. And there we go. And you can use that in combination with the soft big brush here. We'll wipe this brush a bit and just pull that cloud just like that. Just real quick, and it'll pop that out. Let's put a bit more white right here. Right like that. That cloud is just coming over the surface of that mountain there. And I like that highs and lows. Wipe that brush real quick and just mist it there just for a minute. That's pretty good. And we'll add a bit more of it, maybe right down here, cutting over that edge just a bit. Another layer of it there. Just pull some of that down, dreamy, a dreamy little look of that. See, that gives that movement. Maybe it's a bit of movement there from the wind. Let's put a soft little bit of shadow in there. In between there, just tap some of that in. That's a pretty nice little cloud. Here, just a little soft shadow there. There we go. Yeah, and I might want just a touch more light. Let's soften it in the brush. So I'll work it. I want to go in soft, so I'll work it here on the palette just a bit. So I don't have, it's a soft, so I don't have as much modeling of color, because I want this to be very specific. So I'll work it on the palette, and that softens it in the brush, because I'm looking at just a like a halftone light. So just a bit here, lighter little touches here, just to draw on, like you have layers of the clouds here. So it's just layering up there like that. That looks pretty nice. Let's just push some of that back there and let that just go. There we go. Maybe a tiny bit of the shadow. I don't want to get this too heavy right there. If it does, just pull back a bit with your, take some of it off there. Just so a bit of it just tracks right there. That's all we need. That looks pretty nice, I think. Nice little difference on there. You can do it more misty, but I think that's enough. I like little bits of it, just a couple of more opaque areas, and then just real mist. But if you want to really make it a mist over it, do it just like you do, you know, to push back the atmosphere there on the sky, you know, on the mountains back here, pushing that back. So I kind of like that right there. Okay, so that has that in there, and I just looked at this last little log that I had back there. I want a bit more yellow, a bit more white. I'm going to use my small little brush, and I want that light to hit it just a bit more right there. So I liked that little log, just like that. That's pretty good. So now what we'll do is we're going to come in, and I generally use like a small filbert, or what I did last night was I used this very old bristle filbert. It's a bristle filbert, one of our bristle filberts, smaller one, and a number 1. And I used this to create some of the trees. And in the trees, I want it very much like a real dirty pine green. So I got pine green, burnt sienna. I love that. Sometimes I'll add a little blue or violet to that. Change it, dirty it up. You can add some browns to it to make it not quite so green here. And I do want to follow, I want that big one up there. I want that one side. I do want to follow like this one, where I have more of that atmosphere and stuff coming through here. So I poke and I turn and twist the brush a little bit. Now, that's really heavy. See that right there? So it's really heavy, but I do like a lot of paint in my brush. I'm just going to tap that off here, and which is another way in which I do it to make a tree look softer. But we can add open medium to this, which will make the color more translucent, more transparent. More translucent, actually, is a good term for it. And let's come back in. Look at that tree there, and we'll just put in, and we want some, just a few, and we'll tap that just a bit some of those. See how you get that highs and lows and stuff to it? This, you don't need to do this for like every tree and stuff here, but we do want to do it for a few of them that are going to be our interest trees, right? So this one is going to go way high into the painting, so it's going to have a lot of interest to it. Let's, finish off some of that branch right there. I mean, the trunk of the tree here, right? And that open medium, though, will help you quite a bit here with this. And tap and twist the brush. I know there's people that use fan brushes and all this stuff, but I've always, and I did when I first started painting, but I've always kind of painted them. I like it that way. And we'll add a few little touches more color here. A little heavier in some of it here. There. Variation, that's the key. That's the key, is that variation of color. A little more burnt sienna, get a little heavier down here. So we're heading a little darker as we're heading into the shadow. Less of the light coming through, but that's all I'm really interested in, is that point right there, because that's the point that is going to give me the most interest, if you know what I mean. Let's come right up over here, and we'll do it again over here, and just tap and push some of that so you get some transparency there. Both the trees look there's a bit there. Push that around. Twist and rotate this old bristle brush. Boy, don't ever get rid of your brushes and stuff, when they become old, because they do just make fantastic, trees and make trees and bushes and stuff like that. So they do work pretty well. Let's just add a few here. Got some of that, and we'll add a mark or two up here. Maybe a little more aerial, a little more atmospheric coloring into that one there. And it almost like gets little clumps out here. You can come out and do little clumps here. But I like to tap and burr, so sometimes you get little points, and so it's nice to kind of tap and blur them just a bit to help them set back here. And then you see when you get back into more thicker trees, you just become some of that dark. That's why I started that out so dark back up in here. And we'll carry some of that look. And that sky will diminish. Let's get some blue with the burnt sienna into that green. Green. Some blue, a little violet. Get it a little darker, cooler up in there. Here, tap some of that through. Get that. See, you let a little bit of that sky still show through. We call them sky holes. Let a little bit of that come through. I'll blur this a bit, like that. And maybe take this little one right up here, like that, so you get a feeling of that one a bit more. There. That's pretty cool. Sometimes you can do wind blown too. So if you imagine wind coming out of it, you kind of strip the tree on one side and then continue it here. And you can see like on the tip of this tree that's right there. See, all the branches go to one side. That's a wind usually coming this way. And it'll strip it off the windy side here, where the wind is coming from, longer and stuff out onto the other side. So Just add a few little marks. I'm taking my time with these because these are the very interesting ones there because they're going up against that sky and the mountain. And take a look at them in your monitor or step back, get up, step back. That's important. You know, let's put a intermediate size one here. Maybe a little heavier to one side. Just a few to that other side. Here, right out like that. A few little dark ones. We'll put light in on top, and we're going to do these darker, thicker trees here first. I have some small ones up there. Let's get another medium-sized one. Another one in there. We can also put some of those dead colored trees in there, like rungus paints in there. You know, I've done it before with you. I've taken my knife, as a matter of fact. I thought I brought one of the photos of his that he had one. But well, even on this one, when I had that, he had dead ones stacking up here like that. Usually I put them in kind of at an angle and stuff. So I'll take some medium white and some beige and stuff here. And kind of draw them up at an angle here like that. I'll take some burnt sienna, a little blue here, and run that onto the other side of that. Up through that. Let's give a bit more of a point. So I'll take just that knife edge and just draw that up there just a bit like that. And then, and I usually do the knife because it's, and I'll draw a few little here branches and stuff coming out like that. Here. Gives the dried up dead little tree here. A couple of other little marks of that. They just add so much, and you can, if it looks too light to you, you can just get some of that beige, a little bit of green and medium beige and stuff here. Put a little darker color through it, streak through it, pull that down through there. That'll soften it out, make it look a little whiter. That looks nice. A few little lights here. Well, that was wrong, so I'll just wipe that out. Blur it out. What I love about Impressionism, you can just blur it out and it looks great. You know, just put a little bit more there. Streak that in. You can hear me just scratching with the knife. That adds so much, those dead trees and stuff there. Let's go a little more brown and not quite as light, a little bit of green into it. Maybe add another little one here, idea, one here. Right like that, just something in there. Because we're going to put some fallen trees, so might as well have some that are kind of still standing and dead here. Right, here we go. Let's add one or two over here. Here. And little marks, little branches. Here. Just a little bit. I just love drawing with the knife. I used to have a hard time, and now I start to, understand just where that edge is. And you put that little bit of bead of paint. See, I scrape it like this, and I pick that little bead of paint. Let's show it right there. See, and that's what I can draw with, just that little edge. See, and That's what I like to draw with. And I'll grab some of this and just kind of streak it up a bit. Maybe some of this, you know, drag it out a few times here. Breaks up the edges. Makes it look a little bit more like old branches, dead branches and stuff there, like that. See, so that's good. That'll work. Let's put just a touch of light right in there, because that's the light side. Here, drag that down. Yeah, that's kind of nice, different. And then we'll come in and build some of those other trees, and then I'll probably cover it all, cover it all up by some more of those other different trees. So I'm gonna try here. I like, where's my other big tree? See, I like this tree, and I was gonna say with that tree or something like that working there, might be too much. You might have to prune it down a little bit here. Let me rinse that out a minute. And, but we'll try. I left some paint in that. Oh, I hate when I do that. Leave some paint in my favorite little flat. You just got to take some hand sanitizer and clean it out. You can see how it cleans it out really well. You know, thank goodness for acrylics and hand sanitizer here. And that just cleans that right out. And we'll have that. There we go. Ready to go. So let's just, you can slide this edge if that's a little bit too wide for you, which it is. See how I can clean it up? Push that tree in together. So if you get it a little too wide, just slide it like that. You can come back and add a few other little marks of color to, you know, make it look light and shadow or a little more realistic here. Here, light and shadow. There you go. So we'll come in and add that right in there. There we go. Yeah, and then we'll drop this onto that side over there. That'll be good. Let's take a bit of that darkness right into here. Right in there. Fix that little one up right there. Well, I'm going to put a down tree in here, but I do want to put some of the other. First, let's go ahead and put in what we know, the lighter green, yellow green and stuff from the fronts of these other pine trees. So I'll take some green, some yellow, some burnt sienna. And this is what I'm going to be looking for, right? Or even like this, the light and dark of it. So I'll come in here, imagine that big tree. We'll put in a bit more green, always to the light side here, and a bit of this green over here to the light side, and it'll cover up some of the trunk of that tree here, all of them. So this is like the medium color of the tree. So you carry a lot of it around, actually. I'll leave that dead tree up into the front, but we'll put a few of these marks right up here, 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 down like that. That's good. Let's put a bit of that green and yellow out over here. Right up through there. Okay, so that fills that in a bit. Let's now, so you look at, we're going to add some more green, some yellow, maybe a touch of medium white. This will make the next stage light as you get lighter. Let's go a little lighter. As you get lighter, you get smaller. Now, sometimes, I'm going to show you this too. So that works really well there, but let's take a little open medium. And I did this on Slide Lake, which I loved, which was I put some of it in with my knife this way, and because it puts it in very natural. See that? Here. So I'll start in with this way. I just had I heard a pop. Running. Okay. I think everything's okay. Let's keep going. We'll push some of this in. So it's not quite as tapped as the other kind of version, but it is a beautiful look, natural look to the tree. And you can take like some blue and green here, darker, a little burnt sienna, push back out into that as well to take some of that. See, it's a beautiful, softer tree. But you could also do it more hardline. I could get it more hardline just by leaving more of the thicker paint and stuff. But I do like a little open medium in there, so I get some variation here. Love that. And just kind of tap with these. We'll get darker back over there. Oh, I love that. This will get darker back up over here. And we'll leave just the motion of those trees in there, right? And let's push some of this in between. So really should have done this before I did that dead tree there. Let's grab some more medium white and some yellow and a little bit brighter green. This will make a green here, yellow green. That'll now come up, so you're looking at like these types of greens in here. Lighter front, smaller. And see how that just, it's not like the brush, it's a little different hitting it. Now I gotta envision, didn't do a good job there, and I've gotta, let's take some of that out, see? I've got to imagine it heading heavier over onto the right side, which is the sunny side. And then a few little marks of it through some of these other trees. But a lot of that's going to sit in shadow as well. Very painterly here like this. This is how I did a lot of this in Slide Lake, and really is a great video for those of you that likes the, I did a little bit of this, not so much in the Through the Wind River, but Slide Lake, that one is a great one if you want to really learn how to paint some beautiful trees and some of the different techniques to build trees. That one's really great. Let's put a few lights here out. We'll leave most of that dark, but we'll just take the tip of the knife out here. Just scratch that around. You're hitting little highlights, right? So scratch that around a bit. Here. And it's a very natural look to those trees. And you know, normally the light would come out here by the very edges of the tree. You might get a few extra little light onto the shadow side as a branch reaches out forward out of the shadows. We could probably go one more little light here, and then we'll just use this very sparingly here. Here. Let's wipe that and just smear that just a bit. So you can scrape too, and it's really a great way. See how the interesting interweaving of the branches here. Yeah, just kind of push and slide the knife, create some of those differences. Here, a few that are little ones over here as they come forward a bit maybe. There, like that. But we do have a nice light side. I think I mean, I like this. I don't know if I'll put that other bigger tree in. Add a few other little lights here. Just hitting that. See, and very painterly like he is. I could soften some of that out. Like you could take your brush or paper towel and soften some of that. Let me take this one. The fusion brushes are very soft, so you can use them to take off some of that texture or whatever. Get over to that side. Get over to the light side here. There we go. Keep that in mind that you imagine the light edges of the trees. That's usually where these sit, right? So that's kind of nice. See, that fills that up and gets a little color. Let's go over now on this other side over here. We'll have some lights out over here. Let's just streak a few little marks of that through. But most of this on this side is going to be shadows. Now, let me show you, see if this works. Sometimes I can get it to work. But you could also use this to dribble and draw some of this tree out this way and out like that, see? Yeah. And scrape and draw, use that edge, scrape and draw. Gives you a different look, and then you can smear it, which is what I do. Just smear it a bit and create that softer little look there, that thin, you're creating that thin high mountain kind of look to those trees. You could, combine this also with your brush to give you some different looks, There we go. Let's just pop that up a bit higher. That didn't work, need a little bit more. Sometimes you're like, oh, okay, and it just doesn't come off like you wanted it to. Smear it on the edge a bit. There. That's good. This one is softer back here, but we could bring in a little bit more here and there. That's good. Soft one back here. Just soften, widen that out a bit. And I put that hill in over here, and it's mostly going to be gone. I can see that right now. It's mostly going to be gone. So, but these are fun to do like this. And of course, Rungus, would he come in and do most of this area and leave it pretty dark. What I'm going to do is just scrape like this. This is mostly shadow, so I'm just going to scrape some tree movement like that in that area. So you have a shadow side and a light side. So I'll take some of this. We'll do a little bit here to the light side. Here. Like that. And these are just fun things to learn how to use your knife. Because it paints it, if you look at it, it paints it very naturally. Does that make sense? It's not as tap, tap, tap with the brush. It's a very natural look to it, which is what I like. And we go. Let's do just a bit of this lighter green. A little bit of that over here. There. So if you carry it to one side, carry it over the other side. Make sure you're doing light side and light side. Here. There we go. Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's smear a little bit of that. I'll take a smaller flat. So you can take a smaller flat, take out and smear some of that more into place. Here. There. Maybe Take some burnt sienna green and a touch of blue, the nice shadow color. Take just a bit of that out here and there as far as a shadow. There. There we go. And some deeper, darker shadow, a little more blue, a little more burnt sienna, maybe a touch of red violet, a little darker shadow, and some of that. Like that. Try not to breathe. Sometimes I just stop breathing as I'm doing little things. There. That's pretty good. That looks pretty good. Give a little horizontal movement there. There we go. We'll push some other stuff up there, but we could do some bushes, some beiges, yellows, medium beige, some greens, but softer colors. We're going to do just a little bit of idea of some bushes and stuff. And I always like to make them get the look of the bush with the towel. So we'll just grab horizontally here and then some verticals. Sometimes I'll put it on real rough with the knife like this. You've seen me do this with prairie grass. And then just create those bushes and stuff there. And you know, this is high mountain stuff here, so we're going to have a lot of dirt and rocks and a few bushes and stuff, but mostly high mountain stuff. Let's take some greens and browns, a little burnt sienna, nice dirt colors. Run those right in there as well. Run that right over some of that shadow. And there should be shadow out here. Can't forget that to keep our cast shadows there into that area. And just a bit more of that brown. There we go. Could take that soft snow. Here's that blue sky. It's almost a real soft snow. Pull that right up over that edge there as well. You can leave it a little streaky. This is the brush. I mean, these are marks of movements. So edges, right? So as I come forward now, you know, I don't have to soften quite as much with my finger. I can leave some of these little touches, especially this shadow snow here. Leave it more of an edge, and because they're coming forward, right? If it was way back here, we want those edges really soft. So we don't want very much. But back here, we could blur that ever so slightly. But we could leave more of the edge as well. So something to consider. Let's push some of that through here. Now, on this side, yeah, we'll have some shadow, but, you know, it will have more of a light because this is your shadow side. This is the light side. So we'll get some of that medium white, which is a great color. We usually use just a tiny bit of light orange, but let's just see how that looks right there. Little clumps of snow and stuff there. That looks pretty good. There we go. Right up by that rock built up there. And get a fresh paper towel, Dave. And grab that. See, I use, I had one person that asked me, what is the paper towel you use? These are Costco Kirkland paper towels. I like them because they're not quite as soft as a lot of paper towels. They're a little bit rougher, and so they make corners and edges, and they pull just really great grass. And Our Costco that we have to go here is 2.5 hours away, so I buy big things of them at a time. And here we go. Let's just pull that right there. And we'll take that off of our bear. Like that. See, so you start leaving some of this interest that comes through here. So I'll leave that mostly shadow. I like the ground to undulate. It's what I mean, go in and out, and that's a straight line there. So I'm going to pull some of this right up like that's sitting underneath that tree. And so the ground itself undulates in and out. Let's get just a little more shadow into that. Right in there. Here, like that. So it's not just a straight line. I don't like to have just the straight lines there. And a little bit of light right here to break that up. See, all those little broken lines just add so much to it when you're doing that. And we're going to do that. So I'm not too sure exactly about, let me go to like my larger flat here. We're going to paint that down tree right here. And it's one that Carl does that I really liked. It was right here, just the edge and stuff of it. And I really liked that one. You know, I don't know, I could make a larger, like, dead tree right there, which would add a tremendous amount, I think. We'll have to look at that. I think I might add another one right in here, just a little idea. Just the dead little branches of one here. Maybe right up here as well. Here, let's get some brown on this, because the opposite side here, the left side's the shadow side, right? Here. Let's just blur that just a bit. There we go. And maybe a mark or two out for some side branches here. There, like that. That's pretty neat. A little this light green right here. There we go. Okay, so let's get in and let's block in. First we'll go brown or medium beige and burnt sienna. We'll block that in where we want to have this down tree right here. The end of a stump. I want it pretty good size here. Here. Right in like that. So that gives a bit more perspective to the painting here as well. Let's put maybe another one or two crossing ones right there. That might be kind of neat. Let's lighten that up. Medium beige, some white into that. So we start at first for just light and shadow. Or light here. I'm doing light and medium light here. Right? And we'll put the front part of it here. We'll let's get some shadow in there. Some burnt sienna and blue. I'm going to have to get out more burnt sienna. Let's get the inside of this trunk. I'm going to keep this really very simplistic. Let's put the shadow to the bottom here. Okay. Yeah, I like that. That's a big trunk of a tree. That might be too, yeah, I don't know. No. It's, you know, I don't want to get too competitive with the bear here. Let's take that down just a touch here. Take that size down just a bit here. Yeah, that's going to be better. So let's restate that top right here. There we go. And this top inside, longer bit there, shorter bit there, that'll be good. And medium beige, medium white, a little bit of burnt sienna on it here. let's just, nice textured. Now he would block, just simple marks. Wouldn't overwork it too much, which is what I'm going to try to avoid, overworking it a bit. Put a bit of that light right there. Okay. And go a little darker as you come down here. There we go. Just give the idea. Yeah, and I think I need to put out, because I'm fighting trying to find burnt sienna, so I'm going to put out a little bit more. I want that burnt sienna in this. And he has, on that one, he has another little piece of one coming out, which I kind of like. Let's get some of that burnt sienna and some of this blue. Nice shadow color here. Dribble that on some of this one. Those two right there. And let's bring this right up into the edge of the end of the tree right there. That's kind of neat. Do we want to put one in shadow out over here? I think it would be neat as well. Right over there. Yeah, little pieces of them around. Little pieces of the trunks and stuff around. And then we'll fill up all this other area here with grass and stuff here. And let's see. Yeah. So we'll put some light here. And, how much you do, this is just real simple, or, if I'm doing a real quick painting, I'll keep it pretty simple. Just drag and let some of those streak a little bit. You might want to push this up to a little root, like a little root there, right? And grab some more burnt sienna blue, some of this deeper shadow, a little violet green there. Add just a touch of shadow here and there. Makes it look rougher. You could actually spend a lot of time, I might spend a little time, making it quite nice here. It all depends, that's how much you want to put into the painting. And, for me, I'm a professional artist, a selling artist. How much do I think I can sell the painting for? And that's how much detail you want in it. I like to paint all different kinds of look, from impressionism to maybe a little bit more realism. How much time I put into the painting and stuff, of course, goes into its selling price. And, so you have to consider all of that as well. What can you do selling wise if you're a selling artist? If you're not, man, sometimes I wish I wasn't a selling artist and I could just put in as much as I want to put in all the time, because that's fun as well. Let's put a lighter yellow color in some of that. Like the sun is kind of hitting it a little bit here. And that warmth right out here on that. Maybe a bit of that light hits down here. If it's coming this way, hits along the tip. Now you can also do this, which I should be doing some of this with my knife, because the knife is fantastic for doing those edges. See how it just gives that little detail there, see? And it does a lot of the work for you in putting some of that on, right? Here. There, like that old trunk there. There, like that. get a little bit of that medium beige, some yellow, touch of white, that lighter color. Streak that right in there. There we go. Makes a nice tree trunk. Let's get some dark. Work that in. There. Let's get some of that light. Tell you, I used to avoid the knife, and man, I love it now. Does most of the work, especially if you want to add a lot of interest to something. It does that work for you. It gets it done. Model some of this up and just streak that right along there. Let that light hit that edge there. So get a little medium beige, so it's not too yellow, a little medium beige and medium white here. Take away just a bit of that yellowness. There. There we go. And let's add some to this one. Slightly different angle here. Grab some of the shadow. Here. Let that come right. Don't want to avoid it. I think I'll let that just slide right behind that one. Right there. Don't forget to put up like a couple of little, growths, like stems, the knots where the branches used to come off, And I like those little rocks on the edges I added there. Now, I got that branch going the wrong way. It should be growing up. It should be growing up like that. There. And let's just get a little more different color in there. There. A little more burnt sienna into that green. Here, a little different color. Because this one is just in the back there a bit. I love that color. Let's put some of that like right in here. There on that one. That's neat. Let's put a bit of light right here onto this one. Coming right there. Right. Maybe right out here. Maybe that's a broken one. Let's let it go right over the top of this one a bit. There. Grab some blue, green, burnt sienna. That starts to become your shadow here. Push and burnish that in a bit. There. That's good. Let's take some of that shadow, burnt sienna blue shadow here, and push in that shadow so this trunk or this down tree comes forward a bit more. Here. We'll push some shadow in there. Here. And we'll bring that other one back up a little bit now. Slightly different. Bring that one up just a bit more there. There we go. Yeah. The question is, do I want it passing and maybe coming out right this a bit more? That brings it, that brings it almost to him. Let's see what that looks like. This is the point where I'll try some different things. Put in like a little edge, root ball edge there. Like that. we go. Yeah, and add a few little touches. Just lights and darks. This, gives a little more interest to some of the tree here. And I'm doing these more simplistic, more quick alla prima painting kind of thing. And but you can make them even, spend a little more time, make them more realistic, put more light and shadow and stuff like that, and different types of bark on it and everything. That's all up to you here. I'm not going to work that much here, because I think this is a beautiful painting. I enjoyed it, and a lot. And this isn't a painting of trees. This is the story of my bear. So I got to keep remembering that here as I just push those in a bit. Let's just drag a little bit of my light here. Up on edge, down flat, up on edge. That will get the variation. Push back and forth a bit. Back and forth. That softens some of it out. And that's where you'll get a lot of beautiful interest. Maybe a little more color right up in there. Right. Here we go. Some edge, little stems coming off, or old branches here. There. Try to get different looks, different textures. And it's also really nice to let some of this dry up and then come back and hit some areas when it's dry. You'll get a higher expression of your color, and that'll give you a different look as well. This one we're going to keep very mottled, but darker. Here, like that. That looks pretty good. My question is, I'll be asking myself this during lunch today as I look at this, is, do I have too many? Because, the question is, because I tend to do that. If one looks good, let's give it a few more. And then I tend to overdo it a bit. And I don't want to do that, so I'll be asking that question. You can always take them out. That's easy. It's an easy thing to do. But get some of that back and forth here that makes it look like different types of bark and stuff like that on it. And I love all the warm colors that are there. I want to put a few smaller rocks and stuff up here. We want maybe this to reach out to the light right up here. So it gets that light right up on that edge here. Here. Like that. Maybe a little bit of that light tracking right along the top here. Right there. That's kind of neat. Yeah, just a little rough bark there. How much you do on that, that's all up to you, to decide. But boy, I tell you, the knife is, one way to just really paint fun, quick, down trees and root balls and stuff like that is with that knife. It's wonderful. Just does great stuff there. Because you can push and blend it in, but you can also leave those edges that just give a nice difference to it. Let's give it nice dark. A little more violet, a little burnt sienna. Nice dark in there. There we go. Nice shadow line. There. Let's get a bit of that shadow line in here. There on that one. Here on this one. I tend to, I'm a left brain painter, so I got to always watch, and then I go back and look at it, maybe change a few things, because I will tend to line them all up. So it's just a habit. I know that's me, and I'll fix it, but sometimes it takes me a little bit of looking at it till I do fix it. So that's kind of neat. Those are coming across like that. Can have just a idea of a few here. Going through the places in the back. Just ideas. That's pretty good. Now, let's, so we started some rocks. I'm going to want to do some more rocks, but let's work. We're going to work, in his, he puts these rocks and some, bushes and stuff like that, or, ground. And I like it right here where you have a little bit of like the prairie grass and stuff like that poking through. So we'll build this for a while. Let's just build this. So what I'll do is do this, and then we're going to do this quite a bit through here. Break up. And we're going to go back and forth between ground here. Might even have to have some more paint. I'm going to go with a lot of paint back and forth in here and start putting movement up into this whole area here. Try to stay out of your bear, Dave. And I love the paper towel for establishing some of that vertical movement here. Try not to get too light to begin with, but you're going to do this a lot. Back and forth. So here's a little yellow. We'll push some of that in here. And of course, I'll go back and forth with my snow and some of these other colors too. Back and forth here. See, you can even make that look like bushes and snow and stuff like that together as those start in like that. And then you come back and you can put in more definite little areas of snow, and, in between the grasses and stuff. So, it's a great way to do it. So we're going to build. And I want to key a lot of this just off my medium beige. That's a beautiful mid-value brownish color for like coming out of winter and dirt and all that stuff. So it's a good mid-tone color for this here. And I'm just going to build it like this a lot. So we'll put in some brown. We'll put in some yellow. We'll add some verticals here, like that. Get some more yellows and lights. grasses. Add some, hit some blue. Just hit those verticals like that. I can afford a new paper towel. Let's put some of that back in here. There we go. I just love the acrylics for doing this because some of that is dried up, and so it's easy to get that movement there. Go right up to the bear, and my bear's dry, so I can take it right off of my bear. You just don't want to create a halo around him, you know, so let's get some of this brown. Nice heavy here, little vertical movement. Here, right in here. Little vertical grassy type movements there. Here. And then we'll do more yellows and stuff like that. But first, let's get these verticals in. Some of this movement. So see, like right up here, I'll put that line of paint. I'll lift off and just leave some of that, and it looks just like grass. See, you touch and lift off real quick, and that'll leave the edges of it just like grass. And if you really want to see me do this a lot, go over to the prairie videos or any of the westerns. I do this a lot in the westerns. So we'll grab some of that and just lift off like that to make all kinds of, right up by the front of him too. He's walking right along it. And I think I'll let some of that just stay kind of blurry around him because, you know, he's walking through the grass. A little heavy right there. Just lift off. There. Put a little bit back here. A little bit back here. Smaller in the back. Remember your linear perspective, smaller in the back. Back there. Smaller. Sometimes just scrape it around. There, I could, you know, lighten up some of that front on that stump, or darken it. You can go lighter or darker. It just needs a little bit more. There. Let's add a touch of it right back in here. You get some of that idea of snow and stuff. We've got to put his cast shadow on and stuff, but we'll get some of these grasses in here. Some of those. Just really great ways to do these grasses. Like that. It's coming down out of the mountains. You can swirl it back and forth and give some different pushes, some different looks to it. But boy, I really like this. Is very much Rungus in that it's warm, very warm up into the front, and these coolness to the back. Cuts that right in half, these warm cools. It's what he does a lot. Here we go. Let's, yeah, that looks, I'm quite happy with that. Let's get some of this burnt sienna and blue A little darker cool, maybe some of this violet here. And add some of this back up over here like it's into the shadow of those grasses and stuff here. Here we go. A little bit up over here. I just love that paper towel. Costco paper towel, Kirkland paper towel. It's just a little bit rougher. I've tried it with like the Brawny and some of those. You don't want a soft one, you want a rough one. And it just works really well. So this will be his shadow. Right. Coming right through there like that. I just, when I first started out, and this is the thing, to give some of you, especially a young artist, or you're trying to do this, when I first started out, I was like, guys, does this look right? And I was questioning myself all the time. And I found that, as I get going here and I'm painting a few more and I keep working through and I keep, pounding in these principles of the shadow, light and dark, and maybe a few little light grasses go up higher than his shadow. And I work faster and faster. I know it sounds hard, but I work faster and faster. It becomes more natural. And I don't paint as much. And, and always stepping back and looking at him, looking at that in the monitor there, and I really like the way he looks. But I try to get some variation to some of this, see, into his shadow and stuff there. And the quicker I do it, and I found, oh yeah, I do it with this paper towel and all this stuff, the quicker I do it, the better I liked it. And so it is something, it's a confidence thing, I think, more than anything else. It's confidence, and that's going to take a little bit of time to do that, but everyone can do it. Everyone can do it. So there went his foot. Now, I can bring that back because, his whole, and I could bring this whole bit of him back here. That was all done and dry, so I could bring it back if I want. I'm not quite so sure that I want to, but if I take, so I got that's on there, it's wet paint with extender, right? And it's dry up underneath. But see, I can bring back to where he originally was. There's his claw, see? From where that is. See, there's his claw. And then I can be more precise bringing that claw back. Question is, do you want to? Or do you want to just kind of blur that in there and just let that happen? That's up to you. I think I like that look there. I will just put in a few more little darks, leave a few things of lighter grass in there. But there's also, I've showed you in other videos, glazing the shadows on, just putting on a glaze and glazing it, almost like what we're doing with the atmosphere here. You can do that with the shadow there, right? So that works as well. Let's put on a little idea of some of the shadows here. Should get closer and then further away here at that angle here. There, like that. A few shadows in through here. Few shadows. Violets, darks, dark colors. Here. pops them out, we'll leave some of that grass there. Now it's getting a little bit more casual paint structure lines like Rungus would do. Just quick marks of lines there. Now the question is, see that, I mean, I love all of that, but that is kind of lost in there. So I should probably lighten up. Let's go a little medium white, a little beige. That's going to go a little bit darker, a little more beige. Some of this stump here, so it stands out just a touch more. There. Sometimes pull back to create like that roughness in the bark. There. A little burnt sienna. There. Let's actually just kind of darken this one back. Here. It can sit darker. It can be just a darker one. There. A little bit of that beige. There. That I like. Medium. Get some of that nice dark up here. There we go. Little touch. Let's go back to my knife. I just love that knife. And just put on a edge here. That light. So that's the back side of it. Here's the front side of it. Put on some paint, kind of smear it around a little bit. There. There. What do you think, everyone? Just so there's that. I'll leave some of those grasses right in there. I like that. I should maybe get some of this grass. Let's put a little open medium. If it doesn't move well for you, a little bit of open medium, but it's going to make it more transparent too, right? So yeah, see, that sets it in there. Just a little market so of it. Let's just go little here. Just lift up, roll it up. Boom. Yeah, just a quick little mark. Leave some of these grasses. That one's buried in the grass a little bit. You can put a little mark right like this and lift some of that right up in through his shadow here as well. Like there's little highs and lows in his shadow there. Little bits of grass. Sometimes I'll take the knife or a little brush afterwards and just add a few like little ones that are poking up a bit higher in there. That breaks that plane so it's not like a solid plane here. So you got some few little marks of sparks and stuff of higher grass. And these are the little sparks that add the interest, right? That's what I like to add. Those interest marks. So take a bit of that light and just add a few light marks here. Just like that. He's fun, right? He's fun. So what? That took another hour and a half. It's pretty good. Just though. So my total painting time on this is like 3, 4, maybe close to 6 hours. I put a little bit more into this than I do some of the others, and you could see I could come in here and really start adding even more little marks of interest and stuff. But I'm I am really truly a quick alla prima. I love I don't like to overwork stuff. I love the movement of paint, the look and movement of paint, and so I don't like to overwork stuff. I love the quick spontaneity of a painting. That's my favorite, my favorite. Let's just add here a little bit more white. A little light shines. Maybe a little catch light on his nose there. A little big, just a little catch light there. Some of this right up over the edge of his eye. A few streaks right there that just brings him up one last little bit. We have the coolness of that going more towards the violets. So let's go a little different violet. Let's get a little grayed violet here with some light. Here, a little blue. Yeah. A little more blue from that sky. Now, that's the other thing, too. Let me put this on. There's so much to remember about, so if you're doing a runga study, you wouldn't do so much of those blues and stuff. But remember, those of you that paint westerns with me, what's one of the things I do on the westerns and come back towards the end of that painting is I take that sky blue and I add that through, some of the shadow areas of my subject, right? And and I like to do that. The question is, is that too close there? No, he does that. So I was like, should I separate that and you look at what he does back in here. No, he keeps it very compressed as far as values. So, it's all about his subject, and I got to remember that. So it's so easy to fall into, I've got to paint that the world's greatest tree. Got to remember, that tree is there to support your subject. So if you're doing anything, do like what I'm doing right now. Get back into your subject and add a few like little lights, the little sparks and shines that bring him up one more little time here. Let's put a little light warm right out here. Here, more so than what the photo showed, but I want to really get that nice light. That nice light. Now that you got some of these other colors on, see, you can make some final light and dark decisions on there. I like that, and I really like that powerful light right on his nose there. That's really nice. And yeah, my little number 2 filbert, that is just fantastic for that stuff. Good. Now, so we can take this blue that we had from the sky. See, I mixed a little extender in it. See how it's still wet. Still wet, hour and a half ago. I mixed that. Let's just add a little bit more blue, a little bit more of a violet. Now, so Rungus didn't do this. I've seen it a couple of times on some of his stuff. But, all artists throughout their career will experiment and play. And I'm really sure that was something he kind of experimented with. But we'll take that blue and we'll add it into a few things of our subject here. That's too cloudy there. Let's push a little mark right there. Just little bits. Let's put some like right on his ear. there. And now this is a harmony color, right? This is something that's going to harmonize the painting. Common color, right? And so let's take this here and maybe not quite that heavy, but it'll help cool down some areas of the painting as well, because sometimes I feel this is a little warm. So I just cool it down. There with a bit of that violet. Just little bits of that. And then I think I am going to add a few more little rocks here and there to the painting here. So a few more little rocks in a few places. So we'll make that gray, burnt sienna and blue. Add a bit of white to it. We'll make that nice gray color here. And maybe we add one right in here, one or two of them right in there. Bigger one right there. Maybe right over here, we'll do a bigger one. Right there. I like that. Let me maybe make one or two right over here. Right like that. Now, draw them with your shadow. Burnt sienna, blue, sometimes a little violet. Let's leave this kind of mottled here. Draw the shadow side. So we put on a really kind of a medium color, and then the shadow color. And then I'll have to put some bushes back up over the top of it, but we're getting pretty good at those, right? So we'll add those in. Here, shadow side, light to the right, shadow to the left. Here, like that. That's good. And we'll lighten up, warm it up maybe a bit, touch of blue into that. Here we go. Kind of blur it in. Now you can make, some artists go and divide the rocks up, make little fracture marks in them and stuff. I will sometimes do that. But if they're maybe a touch more of the interest part of the painting, maybe I do that. But for this one, I don't think I'm going to. As a matter of fact, I'm going to cover some of them up with the grasses and stuff. So they're here just to help carry that gray color and stuff in our painting to the forward part of the painting. Hopefully you've enjoyed this, though. I've really had a good time painting with you guys on this one. Finding my way. Some of you get to see exactly how I find my way into paintings. Here, let's put another little rock right there. Don't always know. I changed my mind. I changed my mind several times on this, from not only my subject, but to how I was painting certain things. And so you can go in with the greatest expressions or the ideas, and a good artist will always leave those things fluids where you can change them. Does that make sense? You got to allow yourself to be able to change some things. There we go. A little bit more blue with that. A little bit grayer. Maybe one a little bit browner over here, so it's a little different. different color there. Let's go back to a little more blue onto this one. Change it up. Blur it around a bit. Brown some up. There. Real kind of quick. But I will, like I've said before, I'll look at this for a day or so, see if there's anything more I want to do. I like how some of this stuff kind of blurs together. I mean, you know, he might leave a little bit more of a definition here and there, but I like that. And I like the little marks of warmer snow coming through, a nice bank of it. Nice little bank of snow. You could have a little mark of snow stuff up here. You know, maybe there's a little snow right in here coming through some of those bushes and stuff. You know, that would happen. Maybe there's a little bit of it right in there. Right like that. That carries that blue forward too, doesn't it? Maybe some right in here. Yep. Yeah, that's kind of, I do like that. Little bits. Little bits. You know, it sometimes a lot of your design or your painting work is going to be, and I used to say this in my classes all the time, is going to be controlled by the rules of carrying color and harmony through your painting. So let's have that blue, but let's put just a little bit of light on it right there. Blur that in. A little bit of light. Little snow. Yeah, kind of fun. Here. There we go. Some of these rocks, we can add some half tones in there. Slightly different tone. Here. Get those. I'll probably work just a touch more on those rocks and get those finalized up. You've seen me do that all before, you know, restate the deep shadows and all that kind of stuff. Maybe put on some broken color, some of these burnt sienna type colors in here. You, like I said though, you can divide some up and you know, put on the fracture lines. You know, it's nice to have some of that, but I'm not going to do that too much. I'm going to let these rocks sit very secondary to my painting. In other words, they're very soft in here because they're really kind of close to the bear too, and I don't want to. I want this to be about the bear. Does that make sense? So I might put a little broken color, a little reflective warm right in there. You know, drive a little interest to that rock, but we'll keep it more soft here. But maybe a little. And then the last thing, you know, I would think at this time, I might have a few more little things after I look at it for a while, is to put a few grasses so the rocks are kind of floating, right? So I will put a few grasses up into the All right, let's get most of the shadow up to here so that light stays. And then we will put that in there. Let's take some of our yellows and our burnt siennas, maybe, our medium whites, burnt siennas, maybe a touch of that light. Put a little line, right like that, and lift off and set that rock right into the so that grass comes right up over that rock a bit, right like that. Right into some of that snow. That rock becomes part of the painting then. A little light right in there. Let's put just a bit of that right in there. Grab this and just lift off. Here we go. There. Really sunk that one tree trunk, that down tree, right into that, didn't we? We'll pull this up a little bit right there. It's amazing just how that just makes it part of the painting, you know. Just that little bit of grass softens those edges there. I like it. Let's put a little more light. Just a touch more light. Like that light is hitting right in there and hitting right in there. Hitting some of that grass right there. There we go. Kind of like that. Kind of like that little bit right here, and I think that's, now it's to the point where I will probably look at it for the rest of the day here. I'll mist and cover up my paints because there'll probably be something that I do want to do with it. So let's see what we got. An hour and 43 minutes. So yeah, right around a little less than 6 hours, 5.5 hours, 5 hours or so to paint this. That's not too bad. I did do about 30 minutes or so outside with you guys when I blocked in that bear and stuff like that. Now see, look at that. I love how that cloud just goes in there. And I love the overall soft. This is still a little wet. I love the overall painterly look of the painting itself. So that's not too bad. I might bring his claw back in there. We'll see. But I love that whole look. Okay? I hope you guys had a good time with it. I had a good time with you. It was a lot of fun. And if you have comments and stuff, leave them down there. Something you want to see, you know, leave those comments down there. I've got a lot of you. Over on our Paint It Simply channel, I got a really great question this morning. I got up and I was reading it. And I'm going to make a specialized video for it. She says, can you break a lesson down where you just talk about, you know, painting the flowers, where you talk about the structure, the colors, what and where, why, brushes, all that stuff, all in one more contained lesson. And I was like, yeah, I know exactly what she's talking about. I'm going to do that. So if you have questions and stuff with, you know, that you would like to ask or see, or a technique, you know, how do you put a reflection in water? How do you paint? You know, I had one that I did a video on how to paint rocks underneath the water, and, you know, how do you get those optical effects? Just drop it into the comments there. I can't get to all of them, but I try to help you guys, and because I understand the frustration of trying to learn it, because some of the stuff that I've learned here, there was no one out there. I couldn't find anybody out there to teach me, so it was trial and error for many years, and I want to shorten that process down for you, okay? So don't forget to add those in there. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and please, please, please click a like on it. A like and a comment helps the video get out there, helps us grow our channel, and we really appreciate it, okay? Thanks so much, guys, and hope you like it. I really do. I'll talk to you. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.